All right. I just gotta get my RahiTuber back up, and we should be good. That's Streamlabs again. I don't need that. I need RahiTuber. All right, there we go. All right. All right. Well, hello everyone. Welcome back. Oh, a minute. I think something went wrong on my output device. Oh, okay. There we go. Hi, Critter. Can you please say something?
Hi.
All right. There we go. All right. I clicked some wrong buttons, but we're back. We're back.
We did
it. By the most technical phrase, we're back. Oh God, scuff. Now if you excuse me, I need to go panic reshare this on Twitter. Give me a moment.
It's just a stream of me again.
All right. All right. We're live. We're live, I think.
I see.
Yes.
I think. Pretty sure we're live.
Okay, RahiTuber now. Scroll down to the Zell video. Properties. Yes, hello everyone. I am so sorry about that. I nudged my microphone, and as you can understand, that obviously meant that everything needed to break.
Yeah, exactly. That's how technology works.
Oh. Well, I'm glad that it at least yes, Twilight is off to a great start. I'm at least glad it happened at the very beginning. So that, like, A, I am now paranoid to go anywhere to the left of me. And B, so that we can, you know, not have to deal with this later on.
Mm-hmm.
Our regional variants being ranked, well, we'll get into that because there is a few caveats. So yes, today we are without Twilight because she's traveling and Kaiser needs to prepare for things in school. So we're all kind of just chilling out here, doing our own thing, having a good time. So yeah, me and Critter, we're going to rank us some Pokemon today.
Heck yes.
Just a little bit of a history here. I started off my Pokemon journey, obviously, I think with a lot of people with the anime, but it really kicked off with Pokemon Silver. I remember very distinctly, I was going to one of my sister's basketball games, and I really didn't want to go. So to entice me, my grandfather took me to a toy store, and I don't know if he really understood what was happening, but I wanted a game for my Game Boy Color, and I got Pokemon Silver, and he bought it for me. And I basically went to the game that day, started playing it, and then that night I stayed up for the first time in my life till 1 a.m. playing it. And I remember my sister coming in and being like, hey, why are you still awake at 1 a.m.? And I'm like, it's 1 a.m.? And this was before... this was when, like, you had to have, like, a light on to actually see your damn screen.
You gotta, like, keep it at a certain angle so the light doesn't reflect weirdly and blinds the screen.
Yeah. God, the nights in the car when you're trying to play, and you're like, you're desperately praying for that street light that passes on by you. God, goddamn nostalgia, man. You gotta. The day they create a drug that can simulate nostalgia is the day humanity ends.
Oh, that drug exists. It's called watching the anime again. Because my story is shockingly similar to yours, where it was the anime first, and that was like my entire existence. But I didn't know what a Game Boy was, because we had no money. So just one year on Christmas, like, I wake up and there's this green brick and this gold thing, and they go together, and suddenly there was Pokemon, and I remember being so confused because I'm like, that's not Charmander, because I got gold version, and I was like, that's not Professor Oak, and I'm like, you're not Brock, and so I was like, what is this like fantasy made up Pokemon world that I'm playing in?
Am I even Ash?
And I remember I got through the whole game, made it to Palette, and then I got to Brock, finally, like at the end game stuff, and I'm just like, okay, I finally did it. Now the real game starts, right? That big tutorial's over.
Critter is a bit louder than Raymond. I can try to fix that just a bit.
I'll try pushing my mic away.
Ah.
I'll try whispering or just speaking softer.
It is. Well, I think part of the reason why is my microphone is slightly farther away than normal, and I'm terrified to touch it. So you're just going to have to live with this. So
I have dials on my mic that could change it, but I don't know what any of them do.
But yeah, so this was so that's my beginning journey. I stuck through it through 4th gen, Diamond and Pearl. 5th gen Black and White never appealed to me, which is weird because like I would be totally like, once I realized, oh, it's set in basically Manhattan, it's set in America, but it's set in the worst part of America, so I don't care. I of course I'm ribbing you, New York, because you deserve it. Anyway, I love.
They know that. They suffer enough already.
But like 5th gen didn't catch my eye, and I think I hopped on 6th gen was finally X and Y, wasn't it?
Yup.
I hopped on that. I skipped over Alola, and then I got interested in watching Let's Plays of it, mostly Nuzlocke, because I actually really enjoy watching some Nuzlocke. That's how I basically got through 8th gen, which is Galar. Is that correct?
Yes. Did you watch Twin Zinx's video going through Galar, where she did Magical Girls?
Oh, no, I did not.
You should watch it. It's really... Everyone should watch it. It's very good. It's a very good one. She has others, too.
And then I just haven't played 9 because, like, for as much as I do love a lot about Pokemon, me and Twi, oh my god, she could go for years on it. We have very strong opinions about the Pokemon Company's development practices.
Really?
Yeah.
Fascinating. Because I'm like, I bleed Pokemon. I never stopped. I've played them all. Like, even if they're bad, like, yeah, I agree. Gen 9 is incredibly ugly. I have many critiques. I have a whole video. I did a Nuzlocke. You should watch that one, too. Yeah, I have many critiques of Gen 9, but, like, I can't not love it because it's so ingrained into my soul.
It's more just they're really coasting on their formula. They haven't, like, their innovations typically seem gimmicky. And that's where, like, 9, for the record, I actually think has innovated in a very interesting way with, like, actually having the separate story paths that then converge at the end. Like,
totally agree.
I actually really liked that, like, seeing that as a level of innovation that, like, I think with Arceus also, they're starting to actually push their game. It's just a real shame that it took decades to really start pushing the formula in new ways. I really love the is it that you can go to any gym in any order in 9th gen?
Okay, well, they kinda, yes, you technically can, but their Pokemon doesn't scale to you. So you could run over to, like, Grusha's gym, but all his Pokemon are gonna be on level 60, you know?
Well, I appreciate that, actually. I'm not a big fan of, like, scaling level. I like the fact that there is because I'm a big, like, Dark Souls fan, and I really like how they do difficulty in Dark Souls, where, at least the original Dark Souls, if you really look at the game, and if you choose one specific key item at the very beginning, you can go and theoretically fight 8 different bosses, and they are all of such radically different difficulties and challenge depending on your playstyle. It's like, it really challenges you. I love games that, like, kind of give you the option to go in your own direction, and like, you basically set the difficulty for yourself as you do it. Now, admittedly, it's a little bit harder in a game that has hard level caps and hard, like, technically, yeah. Dark Souls kind of has that. Like, there are things that will be way easier when you're higher level, but you're good enough with reflexes, you can get through it. But no, like,
I can't. I'm bad at those games. my horribly arthritis riddled fingers just can't do it.
But yeah, so that's that's where I'm kind of come out with Pokemon most of the time. But we're not necessarily here to talk just that. We're here to talk about ranking the individual mons themselves and what this means. I think I want to go for kind of a holistic approach to their ranking. The problem is I'm not very familiar with their competitive angle, so that might be something you're a little more familiar with.
It might be. Do me a quick solid. I mean, anyone in the comments who doesn't know what the word holistic means? I definitely do.
Oh, I mean, I might be using the word I might be using the wrong word. I mean, basically as like an entirety type view, like okay, we'll look at them from a competitive angle. We'll look at them from like an aesthetic angle. We'll look at them from a traveling companion angle, because I think that's the most interesting one to take a look at. Like, let's theoretically imagine we didn't have Pokeballs and these are traveling along with us. How would we like that?
And one I get something I love thinking about in relation to Pokemon is like apartments, because I have a husky. And some apartments are dog racist, and they're like, huskies are a mean breed. And it's like, he is not. He is a teddy bear. But I was thinking about that with Pokemon. And it's like, if you have a muck, that's definitely going to be like an extra $200 on your rent compared to like a Pichu.
Oh, totally. Also, all-encompassing. Thank you, Leon. That's the better phrase for it. Also, it looks like, would you mind having Tom on? He really wants to discuss this, apparently.
Sure.
I can invite you, Tom. How do I? Okay.
Extra challenge mode.
I did not realize it would do that. Whoops. Tom, I hope you answer the call soon. You gotta stream your screen again. There you are. Hi, Tom.
If you're gonna discuss competitive, I'm your dude.
All right, well, that's excellent.
You can hear me right now.
Yep. We'll add this, and then Critter gets her thing up now. We don't have a Rahi tuber for Tom, unfortunately, so he's just going to be the voice floating around.
Hang on, I gotta mute this. Let me mute the stream because I think I'm getting back and forth here.
Oh, you totally probably are.
Okay, I can hear.
We can't be any more scuffed than we normally already are.
Yeah.
Did you see the beginning of the stream?
Or more accurately, technically the end of the last stream. Because that's what happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, Critter, if you get your right
Okay.
back up.
Hang on. All right. So first off, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Awesome. So first of all, hello, Critter. Nice to finally make your acquaintance.
Hello. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah. Second of all, yeah, no, competitive. I've been in and out of competitive since like Gen 5 or so I can absolutely like cover that aspect of it.
Sorry about that. I had to close the window because it was such a nice day out today.
It's been pouring rain here.
Well, I mean, okay, I should clarify. It's been raining, but I like the rain, but it's also warm out, so it's like a nice warm rain. Like after a winter, it's always nice to see that again.
Mine's just been hot all day.
Like you live in the desert.
Yeah.
You're like the worst place for a hamster monkey to live.
But I like the look of it. It's real pretty here.
All right, so yes, we'll be looking at it, I guess, now from every possible angle. I may also make sure Critter is actually properly formatted. Yep. Okay. Good.
Yeah. When it comes to competitive, I'll mostly look at like the last evolutions because I don't dabble much in Little Cup, which is like base evolutions, like Bulbasaur, Squirtle, all of them.
That's probably fair. We'll use their final stats to represent the entire line.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. So let's kick this off because we have 150 of these guys to get through today, including not including the megas, which I guess I'll be touching on because they're in this list. I didn't plan on doing megas today, but I guess we're doing megas today. So first one's up, Bulbasaur.
Precious little thing.
Yeah, I think this might be the cutest of the starters.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Of Kanto, yes.
Oh yeah, I should
Oh,
clarify. We're only doing Gen 1 today. We're not going beyond that.
Mhm.
Grand Darkfang says, as a dragon type enthusiast, I rank the Dratini line very highly. Also, speaking of housing and apartments, I have having a Dratini would be a nightmare to take care of just because how big it is.
Dratini is actually pretty big by comparison. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't they have a big like throw pillow Dratini or like a stuffed Dratini that's like massive?
Believe.
Yeah.
It's like the Mia from Monster Musume Dakimakura. You've seen that thing? It's like 12 or I think it's like 17 or 18 feet long, I want to say. It's like ludicrous. Fat Man has it, and I'm so
That's hilarious.
I'm so jealous of it. I love Mia as a character, and I think that thing would be freaking awesome to have. So yes, so already on appearance, I feel like Bulbasaur is a pretty high rating. Is there a do we get a description dex entry? How do we get? Is it going to take us to a different page to read the dex?
It's going to be different for any game you pick. So,
I find it kind of annoying that it's not all on this one page. I guess Pokedex for this. Why? How do I navigate this?
You scrolled past it a couple of times.
Did I?
Yeah. Do you see all those colors right there?
Oh, those are them. Or no, that's flavor text. There we go. That's only giving the current gen flavor text.
Yes.
I mean, I guess so. For some time after its birth, it uses nutrients that are packed into the seeds on its back in order to grow. It carries a seed on its back right from birth. As its body grows larger, the seed does too. So this is the plant mom option. Like, you want a pet? Okay, so your apartment's like, you either get a pet or you get plants. Choose one. Well, luckily you asked. I think having a Bulbasaur would be a pretty nice pet to take care of. I actually don't think do you just water it? Is that really all you need to do for? I
mean, sun as well.
Yeah, sun, water. I guess some food.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, throw some berries at them.
How big is this thing? Where's the stats on it?
Venusaur is massive, if I recall correctly.
Well, we're talking. I'm just going Bulbasaur because obviously their size is going to drastically change metrics. Weight, height. He's only about 2 feet tall. Actually that's
pretty tall. That's
tall.
Kind of big.
Yeah, it comes up to what, like knees up to thigh height. Although I've always
loved the Bulbasaur because they're so different. Like, you can look at Squirtle and Charmander and see like turtle and lizard, but Bulbasaur is always like frog, dinosaur, like amalgamation. Is just a little bit different than other starters.
They are the more fantastical of the, at least the Gen 1 starters. I'm pretty confident starting out with an S for Bulbasaur. I think overall. Well, okay, that's a good question then. Competitively, how does Venusaur stack up? Because we'll use it for the entire line.
Venusaur specializes mainly in special attack and special defense. With its move pool kind of sticks primarily to its grass poison roots, although it does get access to some ground type moves in later games. Its ability, so each of the starters get basically the same ability. You got Overgrow, Blaze, and Torrent. They both work the exact same way. Which is, if you're down to 1/3, you get a bit of an attack boost. Where Venusaur kind of really shines in competitive is usually when Sun's up. Sun usually gives grass types a little bit of a speed boost, especially if you have an ability like Chlorophyll, which Venusaur actually gets as a hidden ability. So you have Chlorophyll boosted Solar Beam, which Solar Beam also gets a bit of a boost in the Sun as it goes from a 2-turn attack to a 1-turn attack. And it can hold its own pretty decently. In addition, just offensive, it also got the decent bulk to be able to take some hits. Not so much in regards to fire types, but yeah, it's got a base 80 HP Shion. Thank you for pointing that out. Base 80 HP, which is pretty decent. It's kind of the Venusaur is very balanced, I would say. It doesn't lean too heavy on the attack, doesn't lean too heavy on the defense. It kind of finds a nice little niche in the middle. Yeah. So if you
So
yeah,
just on that alone, where would you put Venusaur?
Venusaur, let's see. Venusaur competitively has always actually been in like the top tiers, like in like OU UU kind of tier. So I'd say it's about, I'd say maybe like a SA, something like that.
Okay, well, I'm comfortable on the home light. Like you know what I'm actually going to do? We're going to start with your competitive stats, and then we're going to like use that as the base plate where the line sits, and then we'll adjust based on what we think of them.
Yeah. So its stats basically say consistently in the 80s, except for special attack and defense, which hit in the hundreds. Once it hits Mega Form, it gets a considerable boost in just about every stat except for speed and HP.
Except HP. I would think that'd be the one thing it would definitely get a boost on.
You would think so, but no, its HP stays firmly at 80.
Dang.
Teddy Bear Paladin says, I have found more loose change between the interior sofa and the dark recesses beneath the bed. I can confirm now there's no boogeyman residing there, for now. But there is a ghastly, so watch out for getting licked. So yes, we'll comfortably put, I'm actually going to put them in A. I think they're a safe A, this line.
Yes, Dan, the Pokemon Stadium model for Venusaur is something else in terms of, really all those models.
Yeah, don't you love it when it gets hurt and then its eyes get all bloodshot? That's crazy.
So yes, so
Shion, actually, it's based at 525. Just pointing that out.
Okay, we're not going to be arguing like the fine nuances of base stats.
Yeah, definitely not. EVs is an entirely different. We're not getting into that.
But yes, I'm comfortable because like now we're taking into consideration aesthetic and living situation. Like if you were a traveling companion or like living at home, I think Bulbasaur is an easy S. Ivysaur, on the other hand, might start edging into some difficulty territory. I mean, like, it's 3 feet tall now. You got this big old blossom on the back. And the description, the more sunlight Ivysaur bathes in, the more strength wells up with it, allowing the bud on its back to grow larger, so it increases even more in size. The bulb on its back grows as it absorbs nutrients. The bulb gives off a pleasant aroma when it blooms.
Pleasant aroma, but also horrible allergies.
Yes. Oh, we did not take into consideration allergies. That might actually be detrimental to its score overall. Because it has a lot of the same strengths as Bulbasaur, but the size is getting up there where it might be, some apartments might say no. What are we feeling?
I don't know anyone who likes. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know anyone who actually likes Ivysaur. Like Ivysaur is fine, but it's just the thing to get you between cute baby and big cool. Like even compared to other middle evolutions.
Middle evolutions are like those weird bastard children of the Pokemon genre, where they're not as memorable as the babies, but they're not as awesome as the fully evolved. They're that awkward in the middle stage that awfully
with some exception. There are exceptions, and we'll be getting to one this time around.
There are exceptions to the rules. There are absolutely exceptions to the rules, but for the most part, they tend to. They tend to.
Do we want to dock it or do we want to leave it in A?
I'd say dock it. Yeah. Honestly.
Yeah, it's going down to badastists. So by the way, this is our ranking score. S is superendous. We've got Amazeum. We've got badastists. We've got Coolamen. We've got Dullum, we've got Floppiers, and then we've got Love Disc. Which I think everyone can agree is like an objective racism. Now we're on to Venusaur proper. Who is how tall? Is 6 feet 7 inches. So obviously right now some places are gonna have to raise their ceilings to actually allot this thing. And that's just accounting for height. We're not accounting. Does it have a width measurement? No, it doesn't. We don't have a width measurement.
That's a thick boy.
It weighs 220 pounds.
Yeah, it would be a hazard on a second floor.
I think it would crash through the second floor.
Yeah, I mean, it looks cool. It's a cool looking mon, But man, that's a hazard to people's health.
Also, that's something you gotta explain to your date when they come over. Like, what the hell is that? Oh, it's just my giant plant lizard thing. I know that.
I will say, the balls of Game Freak to put a whole ass tree on the Pokemon.
Oh, that's
what's
not
our plant starter? Tree. Do it.
Oh, this isn't even nothing. You should wait till you see Torterra.
I know.
While it basks in the sun, it can convert the light into energy. As a result, it is more powerful in the summertime. By spreading the broad petals of its flower and catching the sun's ray, it fills its body with power. So, at the very least, it's eco-friendly.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that sheer size alone, and traveling companion-wise, like flipping the script, okay, you're out traveling and you don't have a Pokeball. How slow is this thing going to be?
You can ride on top of it at least.
That's true. Traveling companion.
Get the shade.
Yeah. Oh, that's a bonus. Oh. How much do we want to dock it for the fact that you couldn't have a comfortable living situation with it? Well, yeah, and 200 pounds wouldn't crush through floors, but you would definitely you're getting places that are probably uncomfortable. Actually, no. I guess
I'd say keeping it at A is pretty good. I think
keeping it at A. Yeah, I don't think the weight is as much of a problem as its height.
Mm-hmm.
And I think actually the boons that you get as a traveling companion, it works. Now, I don't know if it's going to transfer over immediately to the Mega version or not. No, it's not, I don't think. I think next up is just Charmander. So, the Mega version. I mean, is it really that much different?
Appearance-wise, I think it, like, grows an inch and it grows about an inch, or a foot, sorry. It grows a foot, and then it gains another 120 pounds.
Jeez Louise.
So it's basically a strictly worse version?
But it's only going to be happening in the middle of battle, though.
Yeah.
Right. You don't keep your megas going. So I guess we'll just rank it as it is. All right, so the next line is the Charmander line.
Oh, Charmander.
So
everyone's a big fan favorite.
So
whether they like it or not, it is always there.
So let's talk competitive first to get that baseline. Where are we thinking of landing it?
So Charizard is the epitome of a fast sweeper. It's got the speed, it's got the special attack, it has a decent fire flying dual coverage, whereas Venusaur kind of sticks to its typings as far as moves goes. Charizard really runs the gambit. It can learn physical moves, special moves of any type, really. You got fire, flying, electric, ground if you need it. Dragon, definitely learn some dragon moves. It's unique among the stars in that it gets 2 mega forms instead of 1. Both of them have their pros and cons. Mega Charizard X goes more physical, and Mega Charizard Y goes more special. Again, ability is kind of the same as Venusaur's is. It gets like 3 other abilities depending on which Mega you get. Tough Claws for Charizard X, which makes claw-like abilities have a little more of a boot. Charizard Y gets Drought, which basically is a free sunny day, and it makes this thing absolutely unstoppable, and I fucking hate it.
No wonder I loved Charizard Y the most.
I swear, playing Gen 6 competitive for the first time and going up against a Charizard Y was always a nightmare because I never had anything that could handle it.
It's just a shame because I think Charizard X looks cooler, but
Charizard X looks way cooler. Yeah,
that's hard to disagree.
Oh, really?
Charizard X also goes part dragon, whereas the other two stay part flying.
Right. Which,
yeah, I think the black, it's cool, but it's just a little much, you know?
I like the fire coming from the mouth. I do like that. That's a fun element, though. I think they've done that with other Mon now as well, so it's not as unique.
And then,
so yeah, where are we ranking it competitively on this list? as our baseline.
Despite how popular it is, Charizard actually ranks towards the bottom of competitive lists. The big problem it runs into is an entry hazard called Stealth Rocks, which takes half its HP every time it switches in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because it's double weak to it.
Yeah, Fire Flying is a double weakness to Rock type, so it's basically fucked. Stealth Rocks does damage based on how weak you are, how tough you are against the Rock type, and if you're quad weak to Rock, you don't have a prayer.
So
there's a few Pokemon, unfortunately, on this list that really get screwed by Rocks. But outside of that, Charizard, while it does have a lot of good utility, it's that Rock weakness plus there's just other Pokemon that are faster and just better. It tends to kick Charizard down towards the lower tiers. So in general, I gotta stick it in maybe RU, which is like the third most common tier. So that's like a C.
A C? Well, okay, it's an interesting place to start with the one. Of
I
the
know,
most
I know,
popular lines.
I know it is. I
well,
know.
No, I just find it interesting. I'm not arguing with you. I think it's
no. It is interesting because it's like one of the most common Pokemon. But yeah, like when Stealth Rocks were introduced, Charizard's usage basically got fucked.
I think a lot of it comes from the love from the anime, because that was the one Pokemon Ash had that actually like evolved, and so a lot of people fell in love with Charizard.
George J says, took some time to brainstorm starters for Team Ruby. I chose Ruby and Squirtle, Weiss and Snivy, Blake and Froakie, and Yang and Charmander. P.S. Bulbasaur is S tier. Yes.
I was gonna ask why Froakie, but then I remembered Greninja, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
I immediately was like, one of the cats, because cat.
I like it. It's an oddball choice for Blake, but it fits. It actually goes more with her personality than with her being a faunus. It's not racist stereotyping like all the jokes in the show. And yes, I know I'm guilty of that too in fixing. Like, it doesn't mean it's not fun to talk about cat girls. Anyway, so yes, we're starting on a base plate C for Charmander. It can go up or down from here. It's gonna be interesting. So Charmander, cute little guy, immediate problems when it comes down to I mean, cute in the aesthetic. So that's probably a little bit of a boost, but he's not anything super amazing. In the lifestyle section, immediate problem. You have an open flame constantly.
Open flames.
And you can't ever douse it because then it dies.
That's also
sad.
a problem. If you walk outside in the rain as a traveling companion, I don't care. Like, he has the utility of, oh, you can light a fire real easily. Sure, but any fire type can be like that. No, this one has an active, like, threat. So, that might be a double dock, if I'm being honest. Like, not only
is really cute.
He is really cute. So that might save him. I might... I'm going D. Does anyone disagree with D?
Not necessarily, no.
I go for it.
Now, we've got, obviously, next up we have, I can actually load this up properly. So Charmander, let's read his entry. Maybe there's something I can save it. Tail on its flame shows the strength of its life force. Charmander is weak. The flame also burns weakly. If Charmander is healthy, the flame on its tip tail will burn vigorously and won't go out even if it gets a bit wet. Okay. A bit wet. A bit wet. What constitutes a bit wet?
I think, like, if your opponent uses surf in battle, you don't need to worry, but elongated swimming might be a problem.
Well, with a heavy rain. Like, if it's a monsoon season, are you going to lose your poor little lizard buddy? Charmeleon, when it swings its burning tail, the temperatures around it rise higher and higher, tormenting its opponents. It is a very hot-headed by nature, so it constantly seeks opponents to battle against. Its aggression will not be quelled if it doesn't win. Ooh, major red flags. Major red flags. That I think is put in an F tier. Even though I like its design. I actually really
think it's the best design of the starter mid tier, mid evolutions. Like, there's just something about it that, like, screams
I like
badass to me.
Like, his long arms, His
Like
like cool guy face.
Also in the anime, at least for the dub, he had like the Char like voice
Yeah.
that I thought was really cool for it.
So are you trying to argue me up from F to D? What are we arguing here?
I guess I am, yes.
Yeah, I don't think he belongs in F. He's
Okay.
better than an F.
Okay, all right, we're saving it. And then Charizard.
Mhm.
Big Un, let's look at his dex entry here. If Charizard becomes truly angered, the flames on its tip of its tail burns in a lighter blue shade. Interesting. If it uses its wings to fly sky high, the more experience it gains in battle, the greater the temperature at which its flames burn. Okay, not as many red flags here.
Also, flying. You get a dragon, and he flies.
But does he? I need to ask, did they ever give him the ability to use fly?
Charizard can learn fly, yeah.
But can he transport you using it?
Yes.
Okay, they changed that.
But
all right,
even before Gen 7 let him be a ride Pokemon, he could learn the HM for fly.
It just bugs that can't, which is dumb, because I want to ride around on my Scyther, but no.
I wouldn't feel safe on a Scyther, man. I feel like it's gonna accidentally.
Yeah, no. But yeah, no. Charizard, yes, it can fly. It can transport you. Yeah.
So immediate utility. I think he's only like 5 feet tall, so it's a little shorter than normal person size. Actually,
easy for hugging.
I was gonna say
perfect hugs.
I say that because I'm 1 inch shorter than Charizard. Very, very good hugger though. Yeah, so I might tick him up. That open flame is still a concern though.
Yeah, but when you're that big, everything like internally is going to be a concern. You're not gonna. You couldn't have him out indoors unless you're in a specially designed location to begin with.
Yeah.
So I think you have less to worry about with the flame.
Yeah. Plus the wings.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The wings was probably do a decent job of at least keeping the flame up.
We'll go with B tier. And then the mega evolutions, which are only going to be out in battle, but now we get to rate them on aesthetics. I think that's a fair point of like we'll put them in B tier now because they're with main Charizard, but now we get aesthetic arguments going back and forth. So, up or down for Charizard X?
I think up. But I know Critter. I know you were saying you weren't too huge a fan. So
I like the consistency with Y, but I would place Y on the same level as regular Charizard because it looks like near identical, especially at a glance. I agree. I would be totally fine with bumping X up because it is cool.
Also, Y gets rid of the entire rain debacle because it gets drought, which means the sun will automatically come out for 5 turns. So.
All right, I think that's fair arguments. All right, moving on to Squirtle.
It's probably my favorite of the base evolutions for starters. I always love Squirtle.
I prefer water types. I don't know why I lean towards them as I would ultimately prefer when it comes down to it that we get more variety for starters, but I know why they've stuck with the normal trio. So I lean towards.
You got to go
Squirtle.
with the side games to get like. You can have an Eevee or you can have a Pikachu or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love a game that starts you out with a starter. Like, I think Mystery Dungeon, you can be one of how many Pokemon? Or is it?
You can be, I think, let's see, Mystery Dungeon, if I recall, you can be.
Like 9 or 10?
I think more than that. So there are the starters you can be. You can be Pikachu and Eevee. And then I believe Skitty is one of the options you can pick.
It's Skitty, Meowth, Machop, Cubone, Psyduck.
You see, I would,
and I think that's it.
I would like more variety. I would love if one of the games start and there's a starter for each type. I know that's kind of a big ask, but like I would adore that. And if you really wanted to limit it, I think it would be really cool to have it randomized so that you always get presented a trio of those types. Of like with the same kind of like interaction as the classic water, fire, grass. So
like psychic fighting dark.
Yeah,
for
something
example.
like that. So you get like another trio like that, but you have like a starter for each type, and it just cycles through like these sets. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah, in later games, they've kind of been doing at least some of this when they keep giving the starters dual types, because you do have to kind of think ahead a bit. I think Gen 4 did it best with its dual typing, although Gen 9 actually did a pretty good job. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, no, I hear what you mean. Like it would be cool if they kind of like mixed it up a bit.
But yeah, so competitively, how does Squirtle and his line stack up?
Where Blastoise really shines is in its defense. We're looking at base 100 for physical and 105 for special. You're not going to have a whole lot of moves dealing with this thing. It's going to stick primarily to water and ice type moves. I mean, it gets access to some other moves, but you're not going to really use that on a Blastoise. It's just not viable. But Blastoise really shines in it being able to take hits and be set up a bit, get rocks up, spinner. It's a great spinner. Rain Dance, if you had a rain team, it could do that. It gets a bonus ability Rain Dish, which means it takes some health back in the rain. It's just really good. It's really reliable at keeping itself alive long enough to get what you need done. Its Mega Evolution gets a massive buff, especially in its special attack, and also the ability Mega Launcher, which makes moves like Water Pulse, Dark Pulse, Dragon Pulse, any moves like that get a times 1.3 boost through that ability, which essentially means you're going to one-shot anything with one of those moves. So in that regard, it's really good offensively, but I love using Blastoise in like the lower tiers as just a special defensive Pokemon because it does me well.
So where are we stacking it as our initial starting point?
Competitively, it ranks towards the bottom, but I'm going to be a little selfish and kind of put it in B tier because I think it deserves to be up there.
Okay,
Yes.
starting with a solid B. Now, ranking it. Squirtle is a tiny little dude. He's like only a foot tall, so he's very, very he's very compact, travel friendly. Can learn a whole host of moves that I guess you can ride on top of him when you're surfing. Don't know how that works.
Technically, yes. Or I think you hold onto the sides of his shell and he can drag you around or something.
I believe that's what they do in the anime, yeah.
My only issue with Squirtle, because I love him, he's a cute little guy, he's a little boring.
Boring isn't always bad, though. He is a little boring.
I'm going to side with Critter on that one. Boring, it works sometimes.
I think it helps makes his evolutions really pop by how, you look at him and he's so unassuming. And then, whoa, look at those ears! A tail, wow!
Quick addendum, because Train Dude just mentioned, Mega Launcher boosts those moves by 50%. So, thank you, Train Dude, for correcting me on that.
I've been using my Mega Blastoises wrong. Fuck.
So what are we thinking? Any movement, or do we think we're sticking him in B still?
I think,
because I could honestly be argued up or down.
I would put Squirtle itself. I think I would again be selfish and put it in A.
Wow, I was gonna do the opposite and bump it down to C.
Damn it! You made me the tiebreaker.
You can keep it in B.
I'm keeping it B. I think that's safe. Wartortle, meanwhile, has a little more going on. And fun fact, I used to not like Wartortle's design, but it's grown on me over the years. Let's see. Wartortle's long furry tail is a symbol of longevity, so this Pokemon is quite popular among older people. Oh. Ironically, yeah. It often hides in water to stalk unwary prey. While swimming quickly, it moves its ears to maintain balance. Ooh, that's neat.
I like it because the furred elements never made sense to me, but I found out it's based on a yokai of a furred turtle. That's what the old person thing is referencing in the Pokedex entry. Is that it was something related to longevity or living a long time, something like that. And so I thought that was really cool, and I already really liked Wartortle, so it was already even cooler.
Okay.
And it does basically everything that a Squirtle does. It's slightly bigger. It's actually around the same height as, I want to say, Bulbasaur?
2 feet ish.
No, sorry, it's 3 feet, so it'd be Ivysaur.
Mm.
So it's about the same height as Ivysaur, but it doesn't have any kind of pollen issues. It doesn't. It's like basically having like a normal turtle, but they can do awesome things. It's like just you have the options on top of a regular turtle as a pet.
A normal turtle, but he has thumbs.
Yes, which might make him a little like you get some raccoon danger there. But you know, if you heard of some of the horror stories about raccoons,
Little trash pandas.
yeah, like
that are incredibly adorable.
They
and I
are.
love them.
they are, but they also have a bad tendency to like if they're not in the mood, they will break things.
Mhm.
Let's see, Renter, Chronosphere. Oh God, already with the muck in the direct message. Let me get this loaded up. Here we go. There you guys have it. We'll read that on stream. Hopefully we have time for that. I'm leaning towards pushing him up. I
Agree.
Yeah,
think
okay with it.
A tier. He might actually be S tier. No, I kind of want to say
I don't know if
S-tier.
I would go that far. But
Yeah.
Mhm.
Then we get to the chunky boy, Biggin, Blastoise.
He's got cannons shooting out of his back. It's a no-brainer for me. Put that in S.
Well, one minute.
100% agree. That was like the coolest thing. Your Pokemon has guns on his back.
One minute.
Yeah.
I get to Oscar Borgia says if Ruby have Pokemon starters, I would have Imagine Ruby with Charmander or Cyndaquil, Yang with Chimchar or Torchwick, Weiss with Snivy or Piplup, and Blake with Froakie or Rowlet. Those are all good choices. I mean, it's really hard to go wrong with a starter. I like to imagine more so that everyone has like a more unique starter. Like you choose something along, like if Yang starts out with a Weedle, that would be really cute.
Oh God.
And
poor
can-
thing.
And it kind of creates like a nice like parrot, like a opposites attract type deal because like she lights on fire and it's a bug type.
That's some Digimon thinking right there.
Yeah, Blastoise. Oh, I used to really love Blastoise because of obviously the cannons, but as I've gotten older, the more I'm like, how do cannons work biologically? And I've never seen like a realistic drawing of a Blastoise that looks all that great. The offset to that is actually very recent with have either of you watched Dungeon Meshi?
I have.
I've
Yeah.
never even heard of that. What is that?
Oh, it's
called it's Delicious in Dungeon is the English name for it.
It's
Yeah,
like
no.
it's the most recent Trigger anime.
Trigger.
Yeah, it's really good, and it's based off of just a really fun idea. It's like a bunch of people go into a dungeon, and they can't buy supplies, so they have to go down there and they have to live off of the monsters they kill. So it's like a really fun.
Oh, it's kind of like a Grimgar kind of deal.
Kind of.
Very funny.
There's a
Very funny.
There's one of the early episodes had them encountering living armors, and they discovered it's actually mollusks that grow metal as their shell. It's really cool. So that's kind of like it's balancing me. I definitely know it's an A tier because it's goddamn Blastoise, and I love Blastoise. But I don't know. You both vouch for S tier, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Then you know what? I can't argue against that. I gotta put Big Boy. The downside is, as a companion, he's a chonk.
True, but you never have to pay for a cruise.
True.
And 5 feet, that's a comfortable like traveling space on his back.
Yep.
For one person at least. Maybe two. Cozy times. You know, nothing.
Date Pokemon.
Nothing more romantic than traveling around the world on the back of a Blastoise. All right, now Mega
And
Blastoise.
if you ever run into a forest fire, you're the hero every time.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But Mega Blastoise, all right, look, I like the cannons, but this is getting like ridiculous. This is where it's hitting my like uncanny valley for sure. I don't know about you guys.
Understandable.
See, as someone who grew up with Digimon and watched
Okay,
more and more.
Digimon, however, like kind of they're a digital creature that defies like biological principles. Pokemon, we're supposed to be believing there's a biology at function here. Even with the ghost types, there's like biology at function. There's certain rules they have to abide by to live in this world. Digimon don't have that. Digimon, my favorite Digimon is Mugindramon, Machinedramon. Like it.
Oh, Machine Dramon. Okay.
Yeah.
Machinedramon.
Sorry, the Japanese. I have a friend that only refers to them by Japanese.
Ever since I was introduced
names.
to Gundramon, that's my go-to.
Yeah, like Gundramon's cool.
Hey, I heard you like some gun with your Digimon, so I add some gun on top of your gun.
But yeah, I have to dock my. Also, just it's that big cannon. It looks like goofy. It looks goofy. I think actually more so than the big cannon at the back, I want to say it's the tiny cannons on the side.
It's that.
It's like, really, you're gonna have these tiny. You have a big fucking tank cannon on your back. It wasn't
This one's
enough.
for action. These ones are for fun.
I think I'm comfortable docking it down to an A. I'm tempted to be B. I know we're not really ranking lifestyles for Mega Evolutions, but still.
We bullied you into putting Blastoise into S tier. Do what you want with Mega Blastoise.
Yeah, I think we'll knock it because Blastoise is an easy enough S, but like I think I'm comfortable with Mega Blastoise being in B tier. All right, now next line is the Butterfree line.
Mm-hmm.
So what have we got in terms of why is it going to Ekans next? What the fuck?
Ekans is
Are you in National Dex?
Oh, is it National Dex?
Or are you on Scarlet and Violet Dex?
I'm gonna go to Gen 1 Dex. There we go.
No, but the Caterpie line is next, though.
Yes. So the Caterpie line, what have we got competitively?
Okay, positives. Start with positives. It gets access to some psychic type moves, which gives it a little bit of coverage to use. Which actually helps out a lot if you're doing an Ash's original 6 run in Pokemon Yellow and you're going up against Brock, because it actually does give you a bit of a edge. Not much of one, but it does help. It gets access to stat type moves like Sleep Powder and Poison Powder, and with the ability Compound Eyes, it boosts the accuracy so that they don't miss as goddamn often as they usually do. Quiver Dance gives it a boost to special attack, defense, and speed. And if you get a Sleep Powder up and then get a Quiver Dance up, you have the potential to sweep.
Okay, but I'm hearing all the butts being thrown around in the background here.
It doesn't have a single stat over 90, and it gets fucked by Stealth Rocks.
It has like every weakness ever.
Yeah. They gave it and the worst part is they gave it a really awesome looking Gigantamax form, but it doesn't address any of its flaws. So it's like, well, it's that unfortunate question of what's the point of giving it a cool form if all Onyx has to do is sneeze on it and it faints. So.
It's 100% just the anime. The anime did so much heavy lifting to make Butterfree look cool.
Yeah.
And then you play the game and you're like, what?
And don't get me wrong, Bye Butterfree still hits me right where it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also, like, I have seen it used. I mean, for whether you like him or not, based on everything that I watch Pro Jared's videos on when he does like Nuzlocke and things. He could carry hard with Butterfree. He's very good at using it.
There are again, Quiver Dance gives it an edge to potentially get a sweep off with it. It just has to be very specific circumstances.
Yeah,
to get that to work.
So where are we placing it to start?
Competitive wise, it's at the bottom. Ooh. It's not good. It's
not
good. I love Butterfree. It's not good.
Maybe the other categories can help raise it because goddamn Caterpie is fucking cute.
It's so
adorable. He has everything. The Caterpie family has everything going for it in the looks department. I mean, you can argue Metapod, but it's got all the adorable factors there.
It's only a foot tall. There's no description for Gen 1? Did the Pokedex not have descriptions in Gen 1? Where's
I don't think so. Maybe not.
If you go...
Because I'm not seeing a Dex entry on Seller.
If you go to Bulbapedia, it'll have Dex entry.
And I sat here and I I was the big naysayer before stream started.
There's
I
another
was like,
one.
don't use Bulbapedia.
There's another one too, though.
Well, I use Bulbapedia for just about everything.
Pokemon database. I guess we'll go Pokemon database for this. Yeah, we'll go Pokemon database. Maybe has. Oh yeah. Oh, it has all the entries. There we go. So much more useful. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. Oh, that's so cute! It makes a little boop, boop, like popping noise. I'm trying to think of I can't do the popping noise, but you know the one I'm thinking of. It's like that little boopy noise that a lot of animated shows use. It's like two rubber balloons kind of rubbing together.
Your idea of cuteness just changed to me.
Well, okay, I know. It's a sound like that. It's not 1-to-1, but it's like a little I don't know, digitized sound. I don't know what it is. Like the Foley on it.
I get what you're saying.
If you touch the feeler on top of his head, it will release a horrible stink to protect itself. Oh, okay, that's a downgrade. Oh, for protection, it releases a horrible stink.
I didn't know Caterpie was so stinky.
Oh, that's unfortunately hurting it. But it's so cute. It's very convenient travel-wise. Like it can just ride on your shoulder. It seems very light. It's like 6 pounds. Critter, I was sad that I missed your stream. Oh,
I'm sorry. I'll be doing it again next Monday.
So how much are we thinking that we're giving the cute factor the win and the fact that it's not a very high maintenance pet?
I
kind of want to jump it up to Coolman.
Okay. Yeah. It's one of those things where I'm not gonna fight particularly hard one way or the other. Right?
C for Caterpie.
Yeah,
that works.
I have no qualms with I'm even in my day-to-day. I have no qualms with bugs, but I'm also not gonna.
But then next up is Metapod. What are we thinking?
Personally, I think Metapod's ugly.
Yeah, it's. In Gen 9 when they came out with the gym leaders and they introduced Larry, I was really impressed they found a way to make a human form of Metapod.
Yeah, but Larry is cool. Like Larry's hilarious.
Larry is funny, yeah.
But I like Metapod solely on the fact that it's that one episode in the anime. You're right. I think the anime carried it hard. But just the
hardened
Metapod harden, Metapod harden, Metapod harden, Metapod harden. The greatest.
That's like a little boy thing to do. I'll out harden your Metapod. I'll show you.
That's giving me some nostalgia points, and I don't think he's an ugly boy. He's just a little sad. That's about it. I don't know. Am I winning you guys over, or are we leaving him in F?
I'd leave him an F.
Ooh. Okay. All right. Tom, any counter to that? Tom.
Tom's gone.
Tom.
Tom's gone.
Tom.
No.
Tom.
Yeah,
Tom?
sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. My wife. Sorry, my wife's going out for stuff. She was asking me if I wanted anything.
Oh, fair. So Metapod, any chance we can get it out of F, or are we leaving it here?
Leave it.
Ooh, that's a shame. All right. But Butterfree.
But Butterfree.
Butterfree's very pretty.
Yeah.
Look at his big dumb feet. His tiny little mouth.
Very cute. I think the cuteness at least moves it up a tier. Convenience wise or like pet wise, it's a 3-foot tall flying bug.
I'd be more worried about its wings fragility than anything else.
Yes, I would be very, very nervous about that. Let's see.
I say keep it where it is, honestly.
In battle, it flaps its wings at high speeds to release highly toxic dust into the air. Oh, its wings covered with poisonous powders repel water. It allows it to fly in the rain. its wings might be more resilient, but yeah, I don't think it's enough to move it from D.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then. That next up then is the Weedle line.
Beedrill, you look so cool, but you suck so bad.
That is unfortunately true.
Yeah, again, no base stat over 80. It got a bit of a boost with its Mega Evolution being, 150 base attack with 145 speed, basically making it the killer bee that it was always meant to be. But it's regularly it's super slow. It doesn't get terribly much in the way of moves. It's
Another F.
if you're gonna use it, use it with the Mega form and nothing else. Although that being said, we need to honor the fact that the Game Grumps managed to go through that entire Let's Play with a Beedrill.
Hell yes.
That perseverance.
Yeah.
The okay, so let's talk individually. Weedle, it's kind of cute, but it's not as cute as like Caterpie.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, you could stab yourself on that horn, man.
That too.
And it's part poison. It's part
Yeah.
poison, so it's gonna suck.
Yeah. I think I'm comfortable leaving Weedle in F.
Yeah.
Kind of worthless. Meanwhile, its evolution Kakuna looks cool.
Kakuna's definitely cooler than Metapod.
Yeah, it's got a more interesting design, I guess.
And as like a companion, it's only 2 feet tall. I guess I can't really. How do these things move? Do
They can hop.
I assume it's either hopping or rolling.
Yeah.
But but even Pokemon Snap never answered that question, so.
But the noise they made in Pokemon Snap was so cool.
Yes.
I don't remember what noise they made in Pokemon Snap.
It had like a weird echo, and like they were in a cave, so there was already an echo and everything. But it just had this like weird. It was just so weird.
Anything in the Pokédex entries? Almost. You're almost incapable of moving. This Pokemon can only harden its shell to protect itself from predators. Oh, there goes that. Oh, able to move only slightly. When endangered, it may stick out its stinger and poison its enemy. I think on coolness factor alone, it gets to D, but I don't think it can make anywhere else.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it far higher than that.
And then Beedrill. Beedrill looks fucking cool, and I think it's gonna make a lot.
In terms of coolness appearance, yeah,
Like I said, we're past the combat stage. We're in the discussion about like as a pet and as an aesthetic.
Like a drill hands, that's dope. Not practical because they have to stand to eat anything, but cool.
I mean, they also can't grip anything. Well, no, actually, they can stab it at the end of its pointy and just.
Yeah. That's it's medieval cutlery. You just have a knife. You just stab things in instead of a fork. I think at the very least this moves up to D. I might be willing to move Beedrill itself up to C for its coolness factor.
C or B. I think I'd be okay with Beedrill being either of those.
I think C for regular Beedrill, and then I think goddamn Mega Beedrill is definitely B.
Oh, I put that shit in A. You can.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Look
at that thing. Look at that thing.
It's
got, like, it is Beedrill on meth.
Oh no,
yes.
Dedorex, no. Dedorex, that poor Beedrill. That's right, that poor Butterfree. Wait, did I just post that? Shit. Sure. I shared that just in the Tundra again. It's not what I meant to do. Oops.
Good job.
Let me properly share this because sharing shit on mobile is always a pain because I can't. Okay, there we go. Send. There you go. That poor Butterfree.
Oh.
It got pebbled. So yes. Yeah. I'm all good with Mega Beedrill being an A because it's freaking awesome. Yeah. It's a 4 foot tall like spike. All right, I'm happy. I'm happy with that.
Hell yeah.
The Pidgey line. Famous because I can never I always mix up the name for the middle for the last two evolutions, and I can never pronounce them correctly.
Yeah, Pidgeotto's the middle one, and that was the one Ash had for most of his original adventure, and then it was Pidgeot right at the end when it evolved.
Yup.
Oscar Borgia says, I see Yang with Scyther better than Weedle to me. Maybe Ruby with Weedle, but I am not sure about the guy. Same with the others. Also, Beedrill is cool. Yeah.
Yang and Scyther, yeah, I could see that.
I could see that.
Scyther has the same kind of warrior mentality.
Yeah.
Yang does.
Mm-hmm.
That in that regard, it would work out.
So yeah, Tom, if you could take it away when it comes down to the competitive angle.
Pidgeot is the most basic bitch you could ever expect from a flying type. And that's really all. It's got great speed, and that's about it.
Well,
elaborate
so I can use the bathroom.
Yes. Its move pool is primarily flying type. There's not a whole lot of variety. It does get some kind of pivot abilities with U-turn, but it's not gonna be. There are so many better flying types, even in Gen 1, than Pidgeot.
Mm-hmm.
That it's you're better off just waiting. Like, there is a better flying type in this next route past the first route that is better than having Pidgeot.
The only way Faulkner was able to make his gym work was the fact that he cheated with his Pidgeotto.
Yes, and the fact that he spams Sand Attack.
Yes.
Now it does get a Mega Evolution that has very good special attack and speed, and the nice ability of No Guard, which, if I recall correctly, No Guard makes it so that your moves basically don't miss. So, which is especially useful for a Pokemon that get like Focus Blast and that ability, because they call it Focus Miss for a reason.
So Mega Pidgeot is the ultimate definition of you will never hit me, I will always hit you.
Yes. Yes. Mega Pidgeot, in that regard, Pidgeot, if you used it as a Mega, yes, then it would be worth having it. Regularly, again, there are better flying types in this generation than it. So, yeah. I don't think I've, you know what? In all the times I've been watching competitive battles, I don't think I've ever seen anyone use a Pidgeot.
So where are we placing it?
That's solidly at the bottom.
Okay.
Dang. And you know what sucks? It's not even a cool looking bird.
No,
like
it's a bird with a mullet.
Yeah.
Let's see if anything in its Pokedex for Pidgey says anything interesting. A common sight in forests and woods. It flaps its wings at the ground level to kick up blinding sand. Thank you. Very useful, red and blue.
Yeah, spamming Sand Attack is like, it's kind of its MO.
That's not moving me from F tier.
No. Sand Attack sucks on a regular day. Especially, and in competitive, evasion and accuracy moves are banned. So, like, double fuck off.
Are they really?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, no, evasion and accuracy altering moves. You can't use them.
Wow.
Mostly because then the battle would just turn into a couple blind old men slapping each other with fish. That's basically the equivalent.
Okay, speaking of fish, the only, I'm going through their Pokedex entries for red, blue, and yellow, and the only changes that I would that might move one of these so far, Pidgeot can fly at Mach 2.
Yes.
And it preys on Magikarp, which we all know has super tough scales.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be a boost up, but I mean, how big is it? It's manageable for a big bird. It's about 4'11". It's about almost me-sized.
Even Ash's Pidgeotto wasn't even that cool. Like, it did things, but mostly just popped Team Rocket's balloon. It wasn't everyone's favorite Pokemon that he had.
Yeah, I think. Do you think at all it's enough to move Pidgeot up to D tier?
I think the thing that's going to move Pidgeot up to D tier is how much you are into Bird Jesus. when Twitch played Pokemon.
You know what? That's a factor
Oh my
we
God,
hadn't
that's
taken to
right.
meme ability, and I think actually that might be willing to move it up. I think I'm willing to move it up for the meme.
Yes.
It's hard to argue with that. Yeah.
And do we want to move Mega Pidgeot up at all?
Mega Pidgeot at least looks cool.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's a
yeah,
nifty bird.
yeah, I suppose so.
All right, so it gets another boost into C. Congratulations, you've reached mediocrity with your final form.
He is unique, and only is that he is the first of its kind, and even then, it is unremarkable.
So next up, Rattata.
I love this thing.
Yeah.
It sucks, but I love it. See, here's the thing about Raticate. It's got awful stats, but it actually gets some pretty decent utility. It gets Sucker Punch. It gets, a couple electric moves, some fire, like a fire move, stuff like that. But where Raticate really kind of shines is Guts.
Mhm.
If you get Eradicate with Guts, you slap a Flame Orb on that son of a bitch, and you can actually have some fun.
What? Okay, run me through what that means exactly.
So Guts is an ability. So let's say you get burned, right? You take a burn.
Yep.
Burn normally would cut your attack in half, but with Guts, it gives you an attack boost.
Oh.
And this is for any status, by the way, not just getting burned. Like if you were poisoned or paralyzed or anything, you get an attack boost. So with an attack boost, Raticate can actually have some fun. And when it gets moves like Quick Attack and Sucker Punch, and especially Facade, which doubles your attack even more if you are inflicted with a status condition, you can have some fun. I did a run where I used Raticate in the Elite Four, and that thing had some fun.
All right, so where are we placing him?
In that regard, I would put Raticate. I'm gonna be generous to Raticate. I'm gonna put him in B.
Oh wow. Okay.
The only Raticate I can ever remember seeing is Hayden's Raticate, which he used quite a bit back in the old days. But yeah, Guts Raticate is just such a blast to use that I will absolutely put it in the B tier just for the meme.
So that then leaves the other considerations, appearance and the like. Rattata is pretty boring.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong. Incorrect. I had one on a Nuzlocke, and he went all the way to the very end, and I beat Lance with him.
I'm talking appearance. That's it. I'm not talking.
Who doesn't love a cute little purple dude?
Well, he's not very. He's a foot-sized rat.
So, I've had ferrets. They get pretty big.
Actually, there's like a picture of it looks like a giant rat, but it's just another type of whatever genus the rats are.
Rodentia?
Rodentia, right. It's like another type of Rodentia that just grows to be like 2 feet or 3 feet tall. It's huge. It looks like Eradicate, honestly. And Raticate, I actually think would be like really cool. I think as a pet, Raticate might actually be a really good one.
Yeah.
Now, quick question. I know we've taken megas into account. Are we taking regional forms into account?
They're not on this list, so
they're not on the list. Okay, then I won't talk about them.
Yeah. And honestly, because I have very that Alolan.
Look at how cool he is. Your sentence is gonna end with "He looks so cool," and I love him.
I don't know. I feel like Rattata is like more in a C tier. I feel like we're being very generous with that combat ranking.
I'm being incredibly generous.
But I think C tier for Rattata itself. Raticate, I'm more than fine with a B tier.
Yeah.
I think actually
I will accept these terms.
I think Raticate can be like a very like cuddly companion during like the wintertime.
Yeah.
Like
if you can get over how pissed off it looks constantly.
Oh yeah, I just feel bad for it because like I wonder how it eats with its mouth kind of open like that the entire time. Must imagine.
Also, let us never forget the 30 seconds that Ash had Eradicate on his team.
I remember, and I was so pissed he got rid of it because I was like, hell yeah, that's awesome, and then he got rid of it again. I'm like, Ash, why?
Now, moving on to, I assume this is the better flyer you were talking about, which is
You would be
the
correct in that assessment.
Spearow and Pharaoh line.
Yeah.
Or Pharaoh? Pharaoh, whatever.
Spearow, yeah. So Spearow is, Spearow is primarily, again, speed is what its biggest contributor. It's faster than Pidgeot. It's got a bit more physical oomph than Pidgeot. Its move pool is still not great, to say, but I would pick Spearow over Pidgeot more so just because it has a little more. Where Pidgeot is the basic bitch, Spearow actually has a little bit more like of an edge to it. Also, getting Aerial Ace like through level up and Drill Peck, which is a much better flying type move for Wing Attack, puts it in its favor. And it also gets access to Drill Run, which gives it some ground coverage. Oh, what? Oh, I gotta turn around for a second because my little guy started walking.
Yay!
Okay.
I would say plop them in D tier. Slightly better than.
Yeah, slightly better than Pidgeot. Whenever I do a run, I tend to pick Spearow over Pidgeot, just because it's a better option.
I'm tempted to put Spearow down in F. I find it very uninspired visually. It's just as much as Pidgey. I don't find it very interesting. Spearow, that is.
Yeah, Spearow is just as pissed off as Rattata is.
Yeah, and it's not as. It just looks like a dick.
The art, the official art's doing a lot. The original sprite from like yellow version,
God.
It was just like an angry blob.
We could say that about all of the gens. Those old sprites are rough.
Actually, it looks more unimpressed.
Lest we forget the time when Charizard looked like a donkey from behind.
Meanwhile, Pharaoh, I think, sits comfortably in D.
I got to turn real quick.
I
agree.
I don't think there's any problem. It's a 3'11". It has the same problems as Pidgeot. So
yeah, it's slightly cooler. Like it has like a unique shape to it that most of the birds we see don't get. Looks like that elongated neck and the long heron-esque beak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also all brown.
I will say it is high time that Pharaoh got some more love in the form of like a mega or a regional form or something.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
It's earned its dues. It has earned its dues.
We've got that new Legends ZA coming up. That's
Legends Pizza.
Legends Pizza. Everyone wants pizza in France. We're all in for this.
Come get a slice.
And now we're on to Ekans.
Hey, did you know that Ekans backwards is snake?
And Arbok backwards is cobra.
And Pikachu is...
Oh, hey, do you ever hear what muck backwards is? No.
We're never getting our down payment on that apartment back.
So Arbok, its main draw is its ability. Intimidate lowers the attack of the opposing Pokemon, and it comes in handy when you're up against a team of physical attackers. It also gets Shed Skin, which means any status conditions it gets have a chance of going away. So oh, you guys hear me still?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was going by the video. So yeah, its abilities are really what makes it shine, because otherwise it's overall not. It gets access to the Elemental Fangs, which gives it a bit of a boost, despite not being great on accuracy. They pack a bit of a punch. Gunk Shot's a very powerful move. It got access to what's that move called? It's a Dragon type move. It got access to. I think it's Scale Shot. Yeah, Scale Shot, which lowers your defenses but raises your speed. And in that regard, it can turn Arbok into a bit of a sweeper. basically, it has the utility to be a good Pokemon. It just lacks the oomph to actually do anything with it.
So where were you thinking? Like D?
I think he's a solid C.
Solid C. Okay.
Yeah.
Solid C. All right. Now on to the other considerations. I mean, as basic bitch as Ekans is, I think it's cute.
I'm not a fan of snakes.
Oh, neither am I. I fucking hate snakes.
Oh, and legitimately, I have nightmares about snakes. They are horrifying. But like, small snakes, I'm typically fine with. It does alarm me because I never knew this. Ekans is 6 feet long.
Yuck. It's cute. It's fine. It's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, and I mean, as here's the thing in his favor: moves silently and stealthily, eats the eggs of birds such as Pidgey and Spearow whole. Which plus getting rid of Pidgey and Spearow.
Like I know people who would love to have a pet snake. I am fairly certain my wife is one of those people. Snakes are pretty dope. You hear that in the background. I would probably piss myself.
I was gonna say
snake in the apartment.
Like a garter snake, I could probably handle that one.
Yeah.
I'd probably be fine with, but it's like I don't know what I typically like pets that are like holdable and cuddleable. Like you can cuddle a little bit. Like that's why I like cats. I understand dogs, even though I'm not the biggest fan of dogs.
Well, then the world of Rodentia is the place for you.
I was gonna say, like, rodents. I used to be like, oh, my friend has pet rats. That's weird. But no, then I actually met her pet rats, and they were very cute. They were very friendly.
Pet rats, actually, yeah. I've heard good arguments in favor of pet rats.
My friend had pet ferrets, and while I liked them, they were very cute and goofy. They shit everywhere, and I am just they smelled constantly. It's like I don't want that. Snakes, I don't really see. I guess they're kind of, you can boop their snoot, but like they don't really cuddle animals. And if you have one that's big enough to cuddle, there's probably a reason why it wants to cuddle you back. That is the good night cuddle.
Ignoring the fear of snakes, Ekans and Arbok aren't even that cool compared to other snakes we've seen Pokemon handle.
Yeah, so Viper is infinitely cooler.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, are we docking at down points then?
I think it's fine where it's at.
Where it is, yeah.
Nothing stand out. Let's see if Arbok has any interesting as data. Actually, that is the cool element. Its markings change. That is a cool element.
Mm-hmm.
Just about to say that. Yep.
So that is that enough to raise it to B? Because very few Pokemon actually have that variation type thing going on.
Yeah, it was Spinda before Spinda was cool.
God, I love Spinda so much.
what I like is that like other than Spinda has like the random generator mechanic.
Yes.
With Arbok, it's purely generational base, and it carries on through the generation. So if you transfer a Pokemon from first gen to late gen,
which I don't think there's a way to do that anymore, but I see where you're coming from.
I think that's just a really neat, like, I've had this buddy with me for this entire time. Honestly, there's a sentimental value there that I think is worth bumping it to B.
Ekans was one of the first shinies I ever found. So
nice.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah, but to be fair though, it was in a ROM hack, so.
Oh, still nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, so next one up is the Pikachu line, which we'll see. We'll see. This is the mascot character of the franchise. I wonder if there's gonna be divisive takes here at all.
Oh, Raichu. Raichu's interesting because you look at Pikachu and you think it's like a fast special attacker, but it actually is more of a fast mix. Because it actually has its physical and special stats are equal, which is an interesting, just a really interesting thing that I never would have considered until I really dove into it.
For the record, new Deterix art. This one is titled Pocket Sand.
This is nice.
As competitively, it has a lot of options. Competitively, it gets access to a good amount of moves. It's able to with the ability Volt Switch, it's able to switch out, so it can like fast pivot. It gets access to some good status moves. It has decent coverage. And yeah, it can be used physical and special. Its abilities are also really useful. Static for paralyzing your opponent, and Lightning Rod basically boosts your attack if you're hit with an electric type move. Both have its uses. Both are very good. We're not going into regional form, sorry. But overall, Raichu, yeah, I'd say it is a solidly decent member to have on a team.
So
I would say I would put it B.
I was gonna say, it sounds B.
Yeah, I have no qualms putting it in B.
All right, now the other considerations. They're both cute.
Personally, I think Raichu has always been way cuter.
I think Raichu looks way cooler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've always liked the way Raichu looks.
As pets, I mean, one's 1 foot tall, the other is 2 feet tall. They're actually very nicely sized. They're rather nimble and quick, so they can keep up with you when you're traveling. But they're able to like chill out and hang out at home. They're perfect cuddle size. Like, there's a lot of just bonuses.
Electricity is always a danger. That's a thing.
True, but
it's more of a danger if you have it as a Pichu.
True.
Because Pichu's whole thing is that it can't maintain all the electricity in its body.
And it's only a problem if you try to touch its cheekies, its little cheeks.
Yes. Yes, I believe
his cute little mushy face.
The flip side is also that if your power goes out, you've got a built-in generator for emergencies. So
true.
You've got that going for you. So it has a lot of bonuses. Is it enough to go? Like, I think very clearly, I think both of them can go into A tier. Are either of them good enough to go into S tier?
To that end, I will counter with 1 point.
Oh,
hey you Pikachu.
There we go.
It's an entire game where you just fuck around with Pikachu.
No, the one with the awful microphone.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my immediate love disc rank. No, I'm kidding. I see what they were trying there. I don't hold that game against them.
Because also, like, counterpoint, I watched at the end of the anime, and I definitely sobbed nonstop.
Yeah. He got Pidgey back. No. Oh no.
I actually don't know what happened at the end of the anime. Like, I not watched it, so.
I mean,
the last episode was weird. It was like weird sad.
Yeah. He got Pidgeot back.
Yay!
He did.
Finally.
Good to his friends return. So is there anything that we're bumping? Like, do you think that is worth putting into an S tier?
I mean, I guess the only thing that would really propel it to S tier is the fact that it is the franchise's mascot.
Yeah, but because it's the franchise mascot, I'm used to Pikachu. There's so much of him.
There's something like there's like an aversion to using that. Like, even though I'm all for like the meme and like its place in like history type deal,
right?
There's like they really push Pikachu a lot. Like, I would actually be more comfortable giving Eevee an S slot later on, and I think
absolutely,
yeah, I think that's less. I mean, that might be a little bit of a spoiler, but we'll see. I think that might just because like it's sort of an off center of that.
Yeah,
I'm comfortable at A for both
valid.
of these.
Yeah, A's fine. There's nothing wrong with being an A slot for it.
Hopefully we don't get some hardcore fans. All right, next up, Sandshrew and Sandslash.
Yes.
Kind of like with Blastoise, its main draw is its defense. Base 100 defense. It's going to be tanking a lot of hits. Having those stab ground type moves like Earthquake really give it a competitive physical edge. Its coverage is not awful actually. You got a decent amount there. Ability wise, Sand Veil and Sail Rush both deal primarily with Sandstorm, like having sand up. So on its own, it's kind of abilityless, but it's where it kind of gets hindered is its really, really, really abysmal speed. Base 65 speed it's basically everything in its mother is going to be outspeeding it. But if you can look over the speed and just focus on its great attack and defense, it's not an awful Pokemon. I'd say I would put it in a B tier. I think competitively, it has its place. It's also good for spinning, getting rid of those rocks and other hazards that get put in.
Okay, that's good to know. Also, this next area is a Chronosphere, I believe, with Critter on the back, Captain Critter on the back of a Blastoise. It's adorable.
Oh yeah. I got a big soft spot for Sandslash in my heart.
I love this line. I think it's adorable. I think it's also really cool looking at the same time. Like it matches that nice balance of cool and cute, kind of like very well. It's the same thing that my favorite line is going to balance, I think, very well later on. That's Gen 3 though, but we'll get to that eventually, I imagine.
I think it incorporates like the fun fantasy of Pokemon really well. Like the brick pattern is such a unique spin on doing the armadillo thing, and it's so cool.
Oscar Borgia says Pikachu is so popular that every region has its own Pikachu in some shape or form, except Mimikyu, which is different. Still love him. I mean, you can say that, but Meryl is the Pikachu for Gen 2, and it's not the same at all, like typing wise. So. Yeah.
What do you mean, Pikachu?
Technically, Pichu is the Pikachu for Gen 2, if you want to get that. Also, to Oscar, Togedemaru. That's my counter for that.
You know, but it's cute.
Yeah.
So cute.
And I would say Mimikyu is adorable. It's one of my favorites.
Mimikyu's awesome.
So on cuteness alone, I'm putting them up on one tier at the least. I really feel like I want to give Sandshrew that S tier for just how goddamn cute he is. Look at that little face. Look at that. He's just a little guy. He just he walked into the room and is like, "Do you want some chips? I can get you some chips."
How much does he weigh?
He weighs 26 pounds.
What?
2 feet tall, weighs 26 pounds. He's a bit of a chonker.
So he's only slightly heavier than my son.
You know what? Get rid of your son. Get a Sandshrew. Better.
No.
Train your son for battle.
Yeah, those are your two choices. Actually, that's interesting. Two choices: train your son for battle, or get a Sandshrew instead. Those are your choices.
I'd be fine with putting Sandshrew in S tier. S for Sandshrew.
Yeah, I feel comfortable with that. We haven't had a love disc yet, which I'm glad. Sandslash, the downside of Sandslash, I don't think he'd be as fun to like cuddle. I don't think he
with the spikes. No.
Yeah. Like the cuddle factor is sadly reduced, even though I think he's dope.
You're cool still, but yeah.
All right, next up, Nidoran. Nidoran female leading up to Nidoqueen.
So the Nidoran family in general, male and female, are criminally slept on competitively. Nidoran female is fairly balanced in ways of stats. It tends more to be on the defensive side, but its move pool and the ability, especially getting access to Sheer Force as a hidden ability, this thing can just do a lot of work. But primarily it's able to just take a lot of hits. I love the Nidorans. I wish they got more love in the games, because having more access to them early on would be awesome. But Nidoran female, I'm gonna say is a B, and I'll get to Nidoran male when we get to Nidoran male. Nidoran male. Nidoran female, I would keep that in the B. Yeah.
All right. Now I don't have anything really to say appearance-wise about them. They're fine. I don't find them wowing until they get to Nidoqueen, where it's fine. I guess even then Nidoqueen is fine. I don't have anything. I understand why they're kind of slept on. They don't seem, in terms of like appearance, they don't really stand out that much. They kind of have a genericism to them.
Yeah, the fun is them paired with their male counterparts.
Yeah.
That's where they really pop. Where you get to look at the like minute differences, and you think about science and stuff. I've always been really fond of Nidorina. First, like that's just the random one that I'm like, that's mine. That's my girl. But I understand that totally that they're a little like they're cool dinosaurs. That's about it.
It's slightly bigger than it, but it's also it's only 20 pounds less than Sandshrew was like 20 something pounds. So okay, Sandshrew was 2 feet tall and 26 pounds.
Yeah.
Nidorina is 2.5 feet tall and 44 pounds. It's twice the weight of Sandshrew.
Damn.
That is a chunky girl.
Thick with 3 C's.
I mean, I find them cute, but I don't know. I feel like B is pretty comfortable for them. I don't feel like any up and
B's
downs.
fine. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna probably similar with that's the Nidoking line then. The alternative.
Nidoking, I am putting an A.
Oh really? Damn.
So here's the thing. It's more offensive base, which is fine on its own, but paired with Sheer Force, which gives you an attack boost, and paired with Life Orb, boosted even more by taking away its secondary effect, like Thunderbolt would normally paralyze. Remove the paralyzation, but you get more strength with it. Also, the fact that Poison Ground is fantastic offensive trades. You getting stabbed, Poison Jab, and Earthquake. Like, hello. It's got great coverage. It's got good stats to back it up. I guess the one downside, as mentioned in the comments, is it's weak to a decent amount of things: water, ice, psychic. They're gonna be kicking its ass. But on the plus side, they get that immunity to electric, which is really useful. And I don't know. I think Nidoran, and also Nidoking looks like a king.
True. That
like
royal purple.
Yeah.
He looks like a boss.
I feel like Nidoqueen could have ended up looking more like a queen to kind of match that, but because I don't get queen vibes from her, I get king vibes from him. I feel like they needed to like give her something a little more going on.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just a different color for her like armor tummy plating, because the white on Nidoking really pops with his purple colorizing.
Meanwhile, it's her. It's just like she has like, I don't want to say it, but she kind of has like boobs. It's like, it's like this weird like breastplates going on. Like what? It looks like someone put like the stereotypical female fantasy armor that's only like a weird boob plate like on her. It's just like I don't. It feels weird. It feels weird. I'm happy just leaving the king line in A.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I'll settle.
I was gonna say like, though.
If I may, yes. I would swap Nidorino and Nidorina. Like, just swap the middle evolutions from A to B and B to A.
Honestly,
but that's just me.
I kind of want to, actually, now that I think about it, I kind of want a Dock King because it's poison type, right?
It is poison type. It's poison ground.
Poison spikes. Remember, one of our key complaints with Weedle is that you get stabbed and poisoned. That might be a detriment in the home life, so it might actually dock the entire line.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Dang. I didn't even think about it. I was so won over by their cuteness.
Yeah. The entire line is poison ground, so...
Yes. Actually, I think the final levels are part ground, and it's just poison across the board.
So, and I mean, you also got size, which I'm pretty sure... How big are these? They're 4 feet tall, and like over 100 pounds, got this big spiky dude walking around that can poison you with a spike at any moment. I feel like, and traveling companion wise, like once they evolve out of the smaller forms, they're going to be a little bit like heavier, and you can't use them for transportation at all. Cuddling isn't really. I mean, that's the bonus that the Nidoqueen line I think has, is that you can cuddle them more frequently, though they are still poisonous. So
yeah, they do have spikes still, just not as many.
I kind of feel like, even though they're way more competitive, I feel like just rationally, I think it bumps it down to the to B, like just as an effective like team.
And this way, gender equality.
True.
Alright, yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Yeah.
Next up is Clefairy and Clefable.
Clefable is probably one of the best special walls in Gen 1.
I know that's pretty famous for them. They're chunky.
Yes, they have. Well, they have a lot of HP and they have a lot of special defense, and the special attack is good. I think changing its type from normal to fairy ultimately made it better. Mostly because it gave him some. The problem with normal is that normal stab doesn't really affect anything. Like nothing's weak to normal types.
Correct.
So it's great for keeping itself alive and stalling out other opponents, but as far as attack goes, it didn't really have a whole lot going for it, at least apart stab. With Fairy now, it can kick a dragon type in the nuts.
Yeah. Also, I forgot to mention we got another Detorix art. Really cute of us getting a nice hug.
Yeah.
Nice tight hug from Arbok.
Yeah.
I can't wait to show you at the end of the stream.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's got good coverage. Getting access to like Moonblast really helps it out. I think it's a solid A, like Clefable. Also, fun fact, I believe Clefairy was originally considered to be the mascot for Pokemon.
Yes, it's one of the earliest Pokemon ever made.
Yeah. Yes. Well, no. Wait, sorry. What did you say?
It's one of the oldest Pokemon made. Like it was one of the first.
Yes.
It was not the first. That was right. That was a Rhyhorn or
Rhydon.
Rhydon.
Yeah. But yeah, it's good. It's good at staying alive. It's good at keeping its team alive. It's got decent-ish. Actually, it's got pretty good coverage if you go into the TM route. And overall, there's a lot of good going for it, you know. And its only weaknesses are to two very uncommon types, like Poison and Steel aren't really. Not many people used to run them until Fairy was introduced.
Mm-hmm.
Like Poison was only effective against a couple things, and then Steel I think was only effective against Ice for the longest time.
And who's using Ice?
But it's all around a good Pokemon, and I keep it in an A.
A, all right, starting in
also,
A.
Also, it's just really freaking cute.
Well, that's where we're going to talk now. These things are cute, and size and weight wise, they are very manageable.
And there's no hazards, no almost being electrocuted, no potential poison spikes. You could just grab that dude and just squish him all you want.
Yeah, they are like perfect pillows.
Well, also cute charm.
True.
Oh, well,
its ability.
I just squish him more.
Yeah.
Actually, another thing in competitive I forgot to mention: Magic Guard, its ability.
They also get Metronome, which is just chaos incarnate, which I enjoy.
Magic Guard, I believe, makes it so that they only take damage from direct moves. So like things like entry hazards or status inflictions or anything like that will not cause damage.
That's so I need to I never do them.
There's not a whole lot of downside with this thing.
I just
awesome.
want to like run my finger through that curl and like pull it out and then like watch it spring back. I think that'd be really cute. The little
like Clefairy obviously inspired the hairstyle I am rocking now on Critter's model.
The thing is, like, with all those bonuses, I don't feel super wowed. I don't feel like putting an S. I think A is very comfortable for it, though.
I agree. There are other Pinkums that I like more.
Yeah.
Next up is Vulpix, our first fox Pokemon.
And my wife's favorite.
Vulpix and Ninetales, I love both
Yeah.
of them. I think
Right,
as
honey,
fighters,
Vulpix and Ninetales fan.
I don't know if you guys heard that. But...
it's hard to. She sometimes doesn't like make it quite to the mic.
Oh yeah, you come close to the mic so you can make.
They just pretty.
They are pretty. They're very
Yeah.
cute.
Pokemon. Oh my god, it's obnoxious. I don't even give a shit about stats as long as it's adorable. Dude, as long as it's adorable, I'm in. I'm in. I'm down, Mike. That's where I'm at with Pokemon. Yu-Gi-Oh, on the other hand, we'll talk strategy all day. It's all about the cuteness for me.
Yeah.
Oh god,
That's
she
true.
needs to go against Floof. He's big on Yu-Gi-Oh right now.
Oh yeah, Floof's big on Yu-Gi-Oh. We gotta get you two in a room.
Fun.
Yeah. She's actually really good with the Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, I had it all this time.
I
and then
too
I
like
stopped
reading
for
entire
5 years
books
ago
on a
because
single
of my
playing
life.
card.
I ran Glads for a while. It was a good time. I competed in Pennsylvania and everything too. It was fun.
Yeah.
Clefairy
Hell
uses
yeah.
metronome. Clefairy uses
Yeah.
self-destruct.
Yeah.
So, competitively, Ninetales was not much in the way of competitive until Gen 5 gave it Drought. And then everybody who ran a Sun team was using a Ninetales.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like for kind of for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. Drought is released because it sets up Sun. It's not as fast as Charizard Y, obviously. And Ninetales also kind of got screwed once the special stat became special attack and special defense, because all its major points went into special defense. So it's a decent special wall. It doesn't have the greatest in terms of coverage, but again, Drought plus it gets some grass type moves. It can hold its own pretty well. So, in honor of my wife, who loves them, I am going to put in a recommendation for S. Not saying that's where they're ultimately going to end up.
Well, give me
But-
your competitive ranking.
Competitive ranking, it's at least for a time it was consistently in the top tier that isn't the Uber tier with all the legendaries.
But it's
So
not
it
quite
was-
there now. It's somewhere like B.
I'm actually not entirely sure where Ninetales ranks now, because I don't think I don't know. Did Ninetales actually make it into Gen 9 at all? I don't even know.
No.
I think. No, it didn't.
No,
make
it
into Gen
didn't.
9. It did make it into Gen 9. Okay. So I'm actually not entirely certain where Ninetales is on the Gen 9 ranking these days. But so I'm going to go with what I remember it being, and that is in the high tier, so AS in those tiers.
Okay. We'll put it in A because I'm comfortable giving them an A. Appearance-wise, they are adorable. I
my
don't
God,
think it's
Vulpix
enough
is
to
amazing.
bump them from A, but let's see. Like, Vulpix is 2 feet tall and weighs 21 pounds, and Ninetales is 3 feet tall and weighs 49 pounds. So they're just big puppies. They're doggos. They're good old doggos.
Yeah. That's the best kind of doggo, because you get to use them as a pillow when they sleep on your pillows.
Oh my god, can you imagine falling asleep on a Ninetales tails?
With all them
Although-
wrapped around you, all
Yes.
warm.
It'd be just
Although I
heaven.
will say, I do think its Alolan form is cuter.
Uh,
But that's
well,
just preference.
I there's a lot of argument to be made there that I don't disagree with.
Yeah, I think you could go back and forth on that for a while. But yeah,
Ninetales will
also-
keep
also-
you warm.
Yeah. Also, I do recall back in the day that if you touch the Ninetales' tails, you would get cursed.
Grabbing one of its many tails could result in a 1,000-year curse.
Yes.
Could.
That
Not
is-
always. Could. But not always. You want to play Russian roulette tonight, boys?
That might actually be because that's like a level of oh god. Do I have 1,000? What is the curse? That's actually a better question.
In Mystery Dungeon, the curse was you turned into a Pokemon, which I would call
Yes.
a boost.
We'll call it
You
a
call
wash.
it curse. I call it a blessing.
We'll call it a wash because if I wind up, we don't get to choose what Pokemon. We could wind up as a love disc.
Oh, okay. So Ninetales is currently NU in competitive. Oh, okay.
NU?
One of the lower tiers.
Oh, that's a shame.
So back in the day, it was at least Gen 5, Gen 6. It was OU, which is overused, UU underused, RU rarely used, and NU is never used.
Damn.
And nowadays they have like PU and ZU, which I think is like partial usage and zero usage, but don't quote me on that.
You always gotta love those videos of like the professional Pokemon gamers that like go on to like the public stack, and they just like do these weird oddball combos that like people are always like, "What the fuck are you running?" And
we call that VGC, and we don't talk about that.
VGC.
I forget what it stands for. It's basically do whatever the fuck you want. Whereas competitive has its rules. There's evasion clause, there's sleep clause. You can only put one thing to sleep at a time, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, no, I like freeform combat. I'm the kind of person that like when you play Smash, it's got to be all items on, man.
Hell yeah!
Can't argue with
Captain
that.
Captain Falcon, all items.
and also, of course, there's Ubers, which is essentially everything that's way too fucking powerful for the lower tiers, which you think would mean primarily legendaries, but a couple regular Pokemon do tend to sneak in on there from time to time.
All right, well, next up on our list is the Jigglypuff Wigglytuff line.
The best thing I have ever heard somebody call Wigglytuff is Blissey on a diet.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, elaborate.
Blissey is known for having a massive HP stat. Wigglytuff's HP is, a solid 140, which means it's really freaking high. It can basically tank for days. Dual type normal fairy, which not awful. I think why Wigglytuff doesn't get used as much as Clefable does is because of its abilities. It's stuck kind of with Cute Charm, which basically attract the ability. You fall in love with them. It did get access to competitive, which when a stat is lowered, its special attack gets boosted by 2, which isn't bad. The only problem is that Wigglytuff's not really known as being like a full-on special attacker, even though it's got a decent stat. It's not really what you use it for. So I think primarily because of those reasons, it kind of gets screwed. Whereas Clefable soars, Wigglytuff just kind of paddles. Usage-wise, honestly, I'd probably put it at D.
All right, fair enough. Now, with that said, I don't know what to do with it because I don't really like them all that much. Either
you weren't taken in by the wonderful Jigglypuff lullaby as a kid?
I mean, I found the gag fun, but Jigglypuff is fine because it's basically just like a not as good version of Kirby, but that's still a decent version of Kirby. But like the Wigglytuff one just looks weird.
Yeah.
I've always liked its big, giant, soul-sucking eyes.
That sounds like a personal choice. I don't feel strongly enough to drag it up or down necessarily. I'm just sitting here like they're fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's all of Jigglypuff's novelty is because of the anime.
It's true.
If the anime didn't make Jigglypuff as big a character as it was, no one would give a fuck. Sad but true.
And it's perpetuated by Smash Bros. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah. They keep trying to make Jigglypuff work in Smash Bros.
It's not gonna happen. Stop trying to make it happen.
No, it's just not gonna work.
So we're leaving it in D, I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
And now on to everyone's favorite Pokemon, Zubat.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that this thing probably haunted your nightmares as a child because of how often you ran into it, Zubat and Golbat are actually not bad. They have a decent amount of speed on their side. Unfortunately, it's stuck at base 90 until next generation when Crobat comes along and basically puts it as one of the fastest Pokemon of all time. But as of now, it's kind of stuck at a pretty not respectable speed stat. Poison Flying is an interesting kind of combination because it's two offensive typings that aren't the greatest at being offensive typing, but can work. Gets access to obviously like Toxic and some like utility moves and status moves. And of course, Hypnosis and moves like that, because we all remember how annoying that was.
Unfortunately, Twilight Crobat isn't on this list, so
yeah,
it's only Gen 1, not the Gen 2 variant.
Golbat is good. It does not become great until next generation. That's the best way I can explain it.
Yeah.
You want a great Golbat, you're gonna have to wait a bit. But if you can be patient and wait till Generation 2, you are rewarded with one of the fastest Pokemon of all time.
Yeah.
So, there's that to look forward to. I'd say, honestly, I would put Golbat at a solid B.
Oh, okay, damn.
Yeah, because even disregarding Crobat, there's enough there that it can hold its own.
Deaderix does say Zubatman.
Yeah.
And it was apparently his first one. Fun story. When I was a kid, I thought you could just power through you do power through the caves. But I mean, what I meant was, I thought there was like a limit to how many Zubats there could be in a cave. So I was.
You wanted to Undertale genocide route the Zubats.
Thought if I knocked out enough Zubats for a couple of hours, I would be able to walk through. Because obviously, we're knocking them out. You're not killing them. It's like, oh, they're all asleep. They're all unconscious now. I was a stupid kid at that time. That was great. Good memory. And I remember the reason why I did that. It was Gen 2, so I didn't have Flash. So I was literally just trying to get through the darkness. It was great.
I'm attacking the darkness head on.
So, I think Golbat looks doofy, but I kind of appreciate about it. It's a little doofy.
I love it. You can find like one or two Pokemon cards where his mouth is closed, and it's top tier goof.
Yeah, it's one of those instances where, despite how overwhelmingly common it is, it's actually not a bad thing to pick up on a team.
Yeah. If you're patient, because Zubat kind of sucks, especially early level.
Zubat sucks shit. But if you can power through, you do. The rewards do justify the frustration.
Oh my god.
There's also a Pokédex entry for Golbat that talks about, or maybe it was like splash art on a card, one of them, where it talks about how it will drink so much blood, it will become too bloated and it can't fly anymore because it weighs too much.
That actually, I don't doubt that, yeah.
I've never in my life seen closed mouth Golbat. I now kind of love this. But flip side, like, I legitimately think Zubat is just cute. Like, I think it's a cute little bat design. It's nothing harmful. It's kind of in the same category as Squirtle, where it's basic but it's cute.
No, actually, I would say out of all of the bats Pokemon has had, it's like the opposite of Pidgey. This is the best bat design they've ever done so far.
Yeah, I
would
can't
say
think of another that's better.
Yeah, I mean, Woobat and Zubat are cute, but yeah, I'd say Golbat's probably.
I don't know. I feel like they don't quite deserve to be in B. I mean, I guess for the meme alone, Zubat gets like knocked down for being the monster of several runs, but the cuteness kind of makes up for it. Leave it in B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say yeah.
I'd say like B, I'm holding BC as like those average.
Yeah.
Oh, Noibat, that's a good call. Nom yum yum nom 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 nom.
Nom 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 nom.
Chat.
Nom nom nom.
Yeah.
Mm.
Noibat. Yeah, actually, that's good.
Well, that was a generation I didn't play, so
That one teeters more towards dragon for me though.
yeah.
Less bat, more dragon.
That was like I love seeing interesting designs for dragons that are based on other things than just lizards. There are some that are like based on like frogs that are really cool. So seeing one based on a bat is really kind of a neat idea. The so next line up is the Oddish up through Vileplume.
But not Bellossom.
But not
Not
Bellossom,
Bellossom,
not
no.
yet.
Yeah.
And all I will say in this category, for those who know, Nuptup. That's all I have to say.
Yep, Nuptup. Nuptup.
Which one is that referencing?
It's a Let's Play, Nuptup Destroyer of Worlds. Carried Pro Jared's Gen 3 Fire Red
okay.
team to the very end. It was the only survivor, but it was a fucking powerhouse that just like...
Really?
I can't remember the exact circumstances, but basically Nuptup became his last hope, and it ended up like soloing 3 Mons at the very end against the champion.
If you want a grass poison type that will tank just about any hit in existence and still be able to get health back, Vileplume's your guy. If you're looking for something that will be fast in the sun, even with chlorophyll, pick literally anything fucking else, because speed is not this thing's strong suit. Even with chlorophyll, it's gonna be outrun by just about everything in existence. But it is tanky as fuck. Even against types it's weak to, it can take a fucking beating and keep on. It can take a licking and keep on ticking. Good coverage, great status moves and recovery abilities. Giving it strength sap made it the bane of everyone's existence because it lowers your attack at the cost of getting a chunk of its HP back. Yeah, no, this thing is pretty commonly used. It's
a wall.
It's actually kind of a monster when it wants to be.
Hence Nuptup. You understand Nuptup then. Just a monster.
Honestly, giving it Blossom is actually kind of an insult because Blossom sucks so bad. Vileplume actually is not bad. I would say that's also competitively a solid B.
Okay, that's a good starting point. Well, we can get this out of the way. I fucking despise Gloom. Oh my
It's such
god.
a shame of a middle evolution.
That might be a D or an F tier.
Yeah.
You know what?
Go F.
F. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
it's poisonous. Like its drool is poison.
Well, it's
Yeah.
it's grass poison, so.
Oh, it's
As-
nectar that's
it-
used to attract prey. So it's sweet-smelling nectar drool.
Ooh. Ugh. Have you seen what Gloom looks like when it opens its eyes?
Yes.
Oh god.
Yes, I have.
You can see it in Pokemon Stadium a lot.
Oh god. Let it die. Yeah, no, I don't want that thing anywhere near my family. That is not. Oddish, however, Oddish is
Yes.
an adorable
Sweet.
little guy.
Sweetie.
The first episode of the anime I ever saw was the episode where Ash got Bulbasaur, which was also the episode that introduced Oddish. And
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
Oddish is a wholesome little blob of a Pokemon. So cute.
Yeah. But the Vileplume line can learn Moonblast. Yes, that is true, Fishnoot. It's actually kind of weird that it can learn that when a lot of fairy types can't learn it. Breeding. But yeah, no, it can learn Moonblast, which is a really useful move to have.
Okay,
I like Vileplume. Vileplume's cool. Vileplume dances in Pokemon Snap.
Yes,
But
I
it
remember
is a
hearing that.
corpse flower.
Oh yeah, it's a corpse.
Oh.
flower, isn't it?
Wait, I'm sorry, a corpse flower?
Yeah.
What was for
So
the
corpse-
dumbasses like myself? What does that mean?
A corpse flower is a type of fungus, actually. So what it is, it's not actually a flower. It's a very large fungus, and it's called that because it smells like a rotting corpse.
Oh.
Yep. It's a
See,
very
when I was
stinky.
a kid, we called that stinkweed. But
It's the larger its petals, the more toxic pollen it contains. Its big head is heavy and hard to hold up. Oh, yeah, that's a hazard. Vileplume gets docked, I think, as a room hazard.
I love it. I love its creepy, weird little face.
It's so
Yeah.
cute, but like it's
like-
terrifying.
It's that smile. It's just like, how would you like to die today?
I'ma stab you. Take a knife.
If you touch my petals, you die.
Actually, if my wife was here, she would do a fantastic.
That reminds me, I
voice.
once
she
made
she
a-
can actually do like the head tilt as she does it. My wife can be creepy when she wants to be.
Yeah, Dedorex, you're really prolific. Like Dedorex says, he made a couple of corpse flower characters. Dedorex does a lot. If you're in the tundra, or you just follow him on Twitter, Dedorex does a lot of just unique little character arts that you just post up there every single day. It's really just fun seeing what new stuff he's going to come up with. Speaking of, I actually think we just got pinged. I think there's a new art. Let me check that. It is Chronosphere. Oh, sleepy time with Celtic and Ninetales. Oh, that's so cute. Boop, there you guys go.
Oh.
Next, so I think Oddish at B. I almost said Nuptup. Vileplume at C. Gloom at F. I think we're all in agreement. Actually, am I willing to put Gloom in Love Disc territory?
Wow.
Now you keep mentioning Love Disc. What?
It's like one of the most commonly to shit on ones. Like if you look at it, I know it's because like competitively it's worthless. It's like one of the most worthless Pokemon.
Yeah,
and it's dumb.
The
ugly.
Smoggin entry for Love Disc is one of the greatest things ever written.
Maybe
if
we'll
you
look
get
at
to
that.
Gen 3, I will happily read it on stream when you get.
But yeah, I'm flip flopping on whether it goes F or L. Does it?
You know what? Fuck it. Put it in L.
Oh shit!
Yeah. The first.
Because the
L
other
has
two, the other two are so good, and then Gloom is such a disappointment in the
yeah,
middle.
it's like you have the most like the other ones, the other middle evolutions. You're like, oh, I'm okay with this. It's fine for now, and then I'll get a better one later. This one, it's like, man, I cannot fucking wait till you evolve and get out of my face. I'm sure there's a Gloom fan out there that's very sad, but but one, I am very sorry for you. Two, please never come near me ever. You probably smell like a corpse flower. Anyway, next line, Paris and Parasect.
It gets Spore. That's about the only positive.
So
I
F
have.
tier then.
It is the only Pokemon in existence that has a ×6 weakness, depending on what ability it has.
Oh my
Is it?
god.
No. But he's so cool.
So here's the thing. It's already a grass and bug type, which means ×4 weakness to fire. But it also gets dry skin as an ability. Dry skin makes it so that in rain weather, you get health back. In sun weather, you lose health. So pair that with an already ×4 weakness, you get the only Pokemon in existence with a ×6 weakness.
Oh my
Damn.
god.
That super sucks.
But how else does it compare stat-wise? Well, looking at its base 30 speed,
Oh.
60 for HP and Spec Attack. Its highest stack is Attack at 95, which, I'm sure would at least make Snorlax grunt a little harder in its sleep. But there is literally no reason to ever use this thing on any team, because even with Spore, there are Pokemon nowadays that get Spore that are infinitely better than it.
This is the Pokemon that you get stuck with in the Nuzlocke that you're just fucking fed up with.
The only thing that makes Paris good is the fact that in Fire Red and Leaf Green, it is probably the best HM slave of them all.
Oh.
Because
Dang.
It gets cut, it gets flash, it gets rock smash. Boom.
All right. Well, easy F for the start, and then can it escape F?
It's fun because it's a cordyceps, and actually, it's dead inside, and the mushroom is controlling the body. Yay!
Yeah, that's
So fu-
horrifying. I don't know if I want that as a pet.
So, fun fact, in Legends Arceus, or Arceus, however you pronounce it, there is a side quest where you have to bring a mushroom collector, like a mushroom collector, a Parasect. And in the first area of the game, you can find an Alpha Parasect. So if you catch and he will accept that if you give it to him. Alpha Parasect is roughly the size of a 2-story house.
It's a big zombie.
His reaction to getting a Parasect the size of a horse trailer is awesome because he's like, mother of all mushrooms.
I don't know how to rate this because it's conceptually really fucking cool and it looks pretty cool. I don't have anything against it. I'm not wowed by it, but it's not a bad design. I just like thinking of that whole like, you know, domestic dynamic that to consider. This thing would be horrifying to own.
Oh,
It
God,
is
yeah.
real sad. Basically, just no, my pet did die. I'm just keeping its
Also, it raises an important
fungus-infested corpse around.
What is the base creature that it's actually mounted upon?
A horse crab, I think.
like some sort of crab bug monster?
Well, I mean, like, we don't have a Pokemon that's separate from these things. Literally, they're the only ones, like, responsible for procreation of this weird insectoid species.
Well, now I want a variant. I want a
will say
non-mushroom variant.
I will say Parasect is beloved by people who are into medicinal remedies. There was an
True.
entire episode where they tried to evolve a Paras into a Parasect just to have access to its shroom.
Okay, there's something there in the financial aspect. You can actually
And-
harvest them.
And the reason I keep pointing out Spore is because it is the only 100% accurate sleep move in the game. So
That explains so much.
Yeah.
I gotta learn to read, man.
yeah, that's
So-
that's the reason I keep making it known because for at least 2 generations it was the only Pokemon that knew a sleep move that was 100% accurate.
Is any of this enough to bump either of them up to D?
If you are somebody who's really into herbal remedies, sure. For the rest of you, probably not.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not enough to carry. Yeah, I feel like it's sticking an F. Venonat and Venomoth.
An ATV! All-terrain
ATV.
Venonat!
Oh, okay. All right. You know, on that merit, I would put it an A. So Venomoth is a really interesting Pokemon. Its stats are decent. It gets access to Quiver Dance, which again gives it a decent buff and potential sweeping capabilities. Its movesets are not bad. It learns some decent coverage moves as well. It kind of gets ignored a lot of the time. It's kind of unfortunately, it's kind of one of those forgotten bug types, but it's not terrible in the way of usage. The really weird thing about it is that even though it clearly can fly, it is weak to ground type moves, which is always one of those awkward things. For competitive usage, I'd say it's probably a C. It has usage. It just nobody uses them. Nobody uses it.
Okay,
And
comfortable
there
C.
are bug types that technically really do its job better.
Well, that's a ringing endorsement right out the gate. But it's adorable. Well, Venonat is.
Yeah.
So, and I think Venomoth is cool looking too.
Yes.
So let's see. Venonat is 3 feet tall and 66 pounds. So it's a heavy ball, but it's not that heavy. Venomoth is 4'11" and only 27 pounds. Damn,
Wow.
that is a light frickin'. I actually feel like that might be fragile. Does
But it has those psychic abilities.
right?
And that's going to be what protects it. Just to telepathically pick you up and throw you.
Large eyes act as radars. In a bright place, you can see that there are clusters of many tiny eyes. Oh no, don't. I kind of figured, but at the same time, that's kind of like horrifying. Oh, it's doing the bug thing. I was gonna move it up, but I don't know if I want to now.
I will say, to bring it back to competitive, it does get tinted lens as an ability, which is actually a pretty good ability. Because let's say you're up against a rock type and you use a move like Bug Buzz. Normally it's not very effective, but with tinted lens, you get a bit of a boost. So that's pretty cool.
Hell yeah. I would say keep Venonat where it's at, but move Venomoth up.
Is its cuddle factor enough to offset the horrifying reality it has thousands of eyes?
I mean, Mega Beedrill has like 8 legs, and we were fine with that.
Fair. Yeah. We'll let it up. I think that's a fair placement for it. And as we all know, did you guys all know that originally that the Caterpie was supposed to evolve into it's the whole
Fun theory, but not true.
All right, next up, dig.
Doug Trio.
Doug.
Wait. It's another one of those Pokemon where speed is really its selling point. Base 120 speed means it's going to be outspeeding just about the majority of Gen 1's Pokemon. Otherwise, it's got decent attack. Obviously, Stab Earthquake is awesome. Doesn't get the greatest coverage. I did not realize it was such a speedy powerhouse. Oh my god, yeah.
Me neither.
Its speed is insane. It's a lowland type, technically has better coverage. The real downside of Doug Trio is it is frail as fuck. And if your opponent lives your attack, it is probably going to take you out by flicking you in the forehead. That's how frail defense is. And again, Alolan form gets a little better because it gets part steel type, but we're not there yet. It's Doug Trio is competitively it's been an A, at least as long as I've known it. Could be just because the higher tiers really value speed, and speed is really this thing's selling point.
A team of Diglett triplets. It triggers huge earthquakes by burrowing 60 miles underground. Holy fuck. Team of triplet Diglets that can burrow over 60 miles per hour. So it takes them an hour to get that deep. Do this, some people
thinking of like Diglett and Doug Trio domestically, you're fucked. It's gonna ruin your floor, and it can never go upstairs.
Yeah.
Unless we finally get a look at what's underneath. I love all those interpretations of what's actually underneath Diglett. That was such a fun but you're right. Domestically, I think both of them just immediately get docked a point.
I mean, I guess it depends. Are you the kind of person who would keep like moles or Neekin mole rats in your house? If you are, then maybe.
They're 2 feet large, man. Like I don't know if I want to keep. Oh wait, Diglett is only 8 inches.
Yeah, one of the smallest Pokemon. Not the smallest, but one of the smallest.
I think Diglett is fine then because you can just have a little terrarium with him.
Oh, like a little ant farm, but it's Diglett.
Yeah, that'd be so cute. But Doug Trio, no, that's fucking 2 feet of no.
Also, it gets Arena Trap as an ability, which means you can't switch out or like run away from battle.
Oh god, yeah, no, that's ended runs for Nuzlockers. Also, it's such a like lame. I mean, it's I get what they're kind of going for, but it's like, come on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things where everyone always, where it is the point of if Kanto had not been the first generation, people would probably think it was the worst because of some of the designs that came out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Also, here have a Dedorex Zubat man. I actually,
Nice.
I really love how much he actually looks like Adam West version with the colors. All right. Well, with that, Meowth and Persian.
Let's see. Again, speed is probably the best thing it has going for it. Has great utility, fake out, which means it basically gets first turn flinch. Can switch out with U-turn. It's really good for a pivot and switch. Get in some cheap hits and then get the hell out. Coverage not awful. It's mostly normal and dark moves until you get into the TMs, and that's where normal type really shines. Because normal can learn just about every fucking type of TM in the game. Kind of it's kind of the upside of being a normal type is even though you don't get stabbed, you get access to just about everything that does get stabbed that can hit anything. Other than that, though, it's super frail. It doesn't hit particularly hard. Again, it's mostly cheap hits. It's like it's the equivalent of like a jab to the kidneys, and then it runs away. It's
Ow.
yeah, basically. You're like, did that motherfucker just hit me in the kidneys? And that's about it. Yeah, I would honestly put it as a D.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's not
Well-
Persian. Persian has speed and utility, but that's about all it's got going for it. Technician is a good ability, though. I will say Technician is a good ability.
The other thing,
Actually, you know what?
that is,
Actually,
oh,
sorry.
you go. You finish off your.
I was gonna say Technician does give moves that have 60 or lower power attack boost.
Yeah.
So in that regard, maybe that would put it up to a C. But
I will
other
say
than
the
that,
other
I
thing that
really-
it definitely has is chutzpah. Both of these have chutzpah. You can tell that Meowth is a little shit who only wants to get that coin, and you can tell that Persian's been living the high life on that coin.
I mean, it's literally the mascot of Team Rocket.
Yeah.
So.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I actually like the evolutionary storytelling going on here with this character, with this Pokemon, because it's like I'm in this for the money, and then I have all the money, all my worldly needs are taken care of.
Mhm.
So I think that alone, bumps them both up to C, or yeah,
Okay.
C.
Fun
C-
fact, did you know in the anime, Giovanni's Persian was actually shiny because it has pink on the inside of its ears, and usually only shiny Persian has that.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
interesting.
I didn't know.
Mhm.
That's kind of cool.
I was gonna say C for chutzpah. Next up, I realize we're only a third of the way through, and we've got we're more than halfway through the stream time that we kind of allot ourselves typically. Oh well, we'll see however we get.
Yeah.
Psyduck and Golduck.
Golduck is actually a pretty reliable Pokemon. It's consistent stats all the way across the board. A little high in special attack. Actually learns some pretty decent coverage, even though it is pure water and not water psychic, although it should be. Where it gets the interesting ability of Cloud 9, which neutralizes all weather effects. So if you had sun or rain out, it would not be out anymore if Cloud 9 was out. It's actually not bad. It's not going to be hitting particularly hard, but it does get the coverage needed to be able to hit just about anything that gets thrown at it. So in that regard, I'd say, yeah, I'd give it a B.
Okay, good start. Good start. Give it a B. As for the other considerations, it is 2 feet 7 with 43 pounds, and then Golduck is 5'7" at 168. So basically, Golduck is just me. So yeah, that's I mean, the psychic duck for a pet. I don't know. I feel like that you're at risk of being like, Yeah, always tormented
It's
by
not a
headaches.
psychic type though. That's the worst part. Is it gets access to so much psychic type moves, but it's not psychic.
Well, it doesn't intend to. It doesn't know it has psychic powers. I wonder if it's not psychic type because it doesn't understand that it's psychic.
Oh, that'd be
Wow, that actually makes so much sense.
Like that's literally, I mean, that's how it's described here. It says, always tormented by headaches. It uses its psychic powers, but it's not known if it intends to do so.
That'd be the thing. I'd be so sad knowing that my Psyduck has constant headaches.
I know. It's so cute.
If I get a
but,
headache, I get pissed.
like, I feel like that's
Have-
like a detriment. Like, I feel like I want to
Yeah.
put it lower now because of that. It's like that's a.
Have either of you seen Pokemon Concierge?
No, I've
I
not.
did.
I wanted to.
It is
I didn't realize it
fucking
came out.
adorable. And
Mhm.
the main girl gets a Psyduck as her partner, and it is precious.
It is
And-
so cute.
Yes.
But I don't want it having headaches. I feel like on
Season 2 when, please.
domestic
Uh,
front, it shouldn't. It gets docked on the domestic front. Also, I didn't realize that came out. I saw the trailer for it, thought it was really cool, and just never heard anything about it again. And I just
It is 4 really short episodes, but those 4 episodes are totally worth it.
it looks so
Mhm.
cute. I want to see it, so I'll have to look in that later. Golduck, meanwhile, it doesn't have any strict downsides other than if you piss it off, it can blow up your brain. But that's every psychic type.
Yeah.
I think you would need a pool to keep him happy.
Yeah. I feel like it would be that might be the dock to it. Yes, it keeps mentioning it loves swimming in lakes, so that
Yeah.
might be
Mhm.
the downside there. So yeah, I think it's knocked down to C. I think that's fair for it.
Mm-hmm.
So Primeape, at the time of his introduction, until I want to say maybe Gen 3 or 4, Primeape was the fastest fighting type in the game.
Really?
Yup, it outsped every other fighting type that was introduced in Generation 1. It only based 95 speed, but it was enough to be able to, all the others fight. I mean, the Machamp family's slow as shit.
The training dude
so.
said, Psyduck, warning, keeping one will turn you into a Misty. I'm sorry, are you talking bad about Best Girl?
Just like
I am a classic shipper with Ash and Misty.
I was, and then Serena came along, and then I was converted.
Oh no. Okay,
Yeah.
stay a nice distance. I don't
I'm a basic bitch.
I
It's
don't need
okay.
the germs.
I
Anyway,
can't ship Ash with Misty because I ship Misty with Brock too much. I'm the only one over here in this island. Hello.
At least none of us are Dawn and what's her name shippers. Not Zoe.
Okay,
I
hated to Dawn.
Dawn and Zoe are the ones that I like, but it's the who is Cynthia? Dawn and Cynthia get shipped a lot. It's like
Really? Oh, okay.
that's an age gap.
Anywho, so 95 speed with a very respectable 105 base attack. Add some really good fighting type moves in here. If you chose Charmander back in the red-blue days and you had no answer to Brock whatsoever, Mankey was probably the best option you were gonna get. Not a whole lot in the way of coverage, but it kind of doesn't need a whole lot in the way of coverage because it's really designed for the one thing that it does very well, which is hit hard and really fast. Unfortunately, as the generations have gone on, it's kind of been left behind by faster and more powerful fighting types. Didn't get a whole lot of new moves. Didn't evolve until just this most recent generation.
Oh God, yeah, that new one is terrifying. I love
Yeah,
it.
Annihilate.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, but for what it is, at the time it was introduced, Primeape was probably one of the better fighting types you could have, even though it really kind of gets ignored because of Machamp and the Hitmons. But yeah, I love Primeape. I think it's awesome. I would put it in an A.
Good starting point.
Yeah, and if you for some reason have not used a Primeape on a Fire Red run, I would recommend it.
All right, so I think
yeah.
they're just kind of like a ball shape. They're not the most impressive when it comes down to like cuteness or whatever. Like, also, I myself personally, I'm not like, I don't find monkeys very cute. Like, I'm just that's
You were right. Friendship over.
Oh,
Friendship
no!
ruined. Leave.
I did find monkeys cute, and then that incident with the woman who owned the monkey that ripped the lady's face off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's Uncanny Valley, and then there's also the fact that they are just terrifyingly strong.
Yeah,
and if you
I've listened to that 911 call, man. I'm not fucking with that
oh
shit.
god, why would you do that to yourself?
Well, I didn't know. Well, I didn't know I was gonna listen to it when I clicked on the video. It just kind of
Oh.
happened that way.
But
Dang.
so you got a lot to contend with there. I don't think like design wise it's not like the Uncanny Valley that kind of sets me off with monkeys, so that's fine. I just find them there's not super interesting to look at.
It's a pissed off monkey with boxing gloves. I mean,
It's basically it. And also like
Yeah.
on the domestic front, do you want a pissed off monkey running around your house constantly? I don't
probably
think so.
not.
Also, I feel like even if the Mankey was like nice and well behaved, the noise Mankey makes, I think, is always ear piercing.
Wee, whoever. Monkey. I can't remember whichever version. Take your pick. I think with all that considered, I want to bump it down to C.
I agree. I like them. They're cute. When Ash had a primate for like 2 seconds in the anime,
Yeah,
that was fun.
It's a shame that Ash didn't continue into Gen 9 because that would have been a perfect excuse to get Primate back so he could have Annihilate.
actually, that would be great if he maybe comes back as a cameo role in the new seasons.
You see him in the background.
Oh no, like he's like the final boss of the season or something like that. You like shows.
Oh, kind
up.
of like how Red was in Gold and Silver.
Yeah, it's either that
Oh,
or
yeah.
like how Yugi showed up at the end of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
I guess it's really gonna depend on how big of a time skip there is between the end of,
Or even if
the
they're in
original-
continuity, because I don't know if they are.
I have no idea if they are. Yeah.
I have no idea.
As far as I know, none of the characters from the anime, the original anime, have shown up.
All right, and now we are on to a good boy, Growlithe.
Oh, Arcanine is the best boy. Both in terms of just having that companion that will, doggos are the best. They really are.
Hmm.
But even if you want to just like, well, okay, they're cute, but how, like, can I use it on a team? Base 110 attack, 100 special attack, 95 speed. It's fast. It hits hard. Depending on when you evolve it, you can either have a really good physical attacker or a really good special attacker. Decent enough coverage that I can hit for all its weaknesses. There's Intimidate for an ability, which lowers the opponent's attack, or Flash Fire, which gives it a bit of a fire boost when hit with a fire move. There's not a whole lot of downsides to using an Arcanine, and it's just a good old boy. So for that run, I am actually going to break my play it safe rule, and I'm going to put it in S.
Ooh,
Wow.
You know, that I have a hard time arguing with you on that.
Hmm.
Because like just appearance wise, it's a really good design. Just overall, the evolution, it's just really solid. I'm a cat person, not really a dog person. And one of the main reasons why I'm not really a dog person is I typically find dog fur kind of coarse. Like it's not as like fine and soft as a lot of cat fur. And I know that doesn't apply to every dog and every cat, but in general, it kind of feels that way. This doggo looks like the softest fucking thing on the planet. Like
everything we said about Ninetales, but more.
yes, like Ninetales
of
is
the
like super silky. This is like soft. They are a slightly different texture, and while silky has its place, there is a kind of a cottony lightness that is here.
Arcanine and Ninetales were the two what's the game called when they're the exclusive fire types? Like one was for red, one was for blue. But when the stats were changed and stuff, Arcanine really got the better deal because just everything about it just works.
Yeah. The only downside to Arcanine is that as a 6 foot tall goddamn dog. Oh my god.
You said downside. I don't understand what your problem is.
Okay.
I want a dire wolf.
Hey, listen. If Emily Elizabeth can make it work, I can make it work.
It also
too.
weighs 341 pounds.
So
If Emily
you need to get a
Elizabeth can make
bigger
it work.
couch.
I can make it work.
No,
too.
my big thing is you have to feed this thing. Like,
you know,
you understand that you are going to be poor for the rest of your life, which, honestly, you probably do save money on heating costs because you have a walking furnace.
let's say you just want a pet and you not like a fighter. Growlithe evolves by stone,
Mhm.
so
True.
you could theoretically just have a Growlithe in your house.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say Growlithe has no problems. It's the Arcanine that like where you start having like the concerns about feeding your family or feeding your dog. But I'm not gonna move. I think they're actually it's the first complete line in S tier too.
Yes, it is.
Congratulations!
Yay!
Yeah, it got a Hisuian form, which is also good, but Arcanine really didn't need a buff. It was
Yeah, and
pretty
I'm
solid
actually
on
I'm
its
not that jazzed on the Hisuian form. I don't think it
own.
has
I'm
quite
not
the same energy.
opposed to it.
Mhm.
I
It's
think
fine.
yeah, exactly. It's fine.
It's good for region specific, but I don't feel like it has that general appeal that I think you get out of Arcanine.
Mhm.
I agree with that.
Now next up is the Poliwag family.
You can do that. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. BRB.
All right.
You want me to keep going, or
Yeah, keep on.
You go. I'm very indifferent on Poliwag, so.
that's fine. That's perfectly fine. And to be fair, I don't blame her because I feel like Game Freak itself is indifferent on Poliwag.
Which is a shame because isn't that like one of the ones that was like most directly inspired by what inspired Pokemon? Because it was all about
I believe so. Yes.
what's his face in his backyard or his like in his back of his like neighborhood catching frogs.
I think so. Yeah. But yeah, Poliwrath, very kind of mediocre stats. Not awful, but not great. Severely limited move pool. Like it's like really kind of this is what you have to work with. Take it or leave it. It does get water absorbed for an ability. So if it gets hit with a water type move, it gets HP back, which is not bad. Drain Punch for further recovery, not bad. The addition of Liquidation as a physical water type move gives a bit of an edge. Ice Punch, throw in, I don't know, high horsepower for a ground type move. That's basically what you have to work with. It's you see a Poliwrath, you know exactly what you're gonna get, which is a shame because I feel like you could do so much more with it. But that's kind of what you're stuck with.
To be fair, it does have other evolutions in the future, so
It is, and I think Politoed might, in terms of like what you can do with it, I think there's a little more utility there. Not a lot, but a little more than poor old Poliwrath here. So despite being a pissed off fighting frog, I gotta put it in the sea.
good to know. And honestly, I think that's where it's probably going to stay. There's not a lot to it. That's Poliwag is cute, but
Oh, that's
also
adorable.
But also, it kind of has like the big fleshy lips. Now that I think about it,
So until the anime gave Misty the Poliwhirl, I thought that was its nose.
I think everyone did.
Yeah. And then the anime happened and you realize, oh shit, that's its mouth. And then it got creepy.
Yeah, it's not anything to write home about.
No.
Which is a shame considering this was like key to the inspiration.
Very much this was based off real life kind of Pokemon.
But it's also like its design is also just boring. Like
it
has the whole swirl thing that's like someone pointed out the real life creature is kind of it's creepy, but it's kind of neat in that you'd say a transparent stomach. That's kind of neat. But like in this design, it's just sort of you have a swirl on your chest. You look like a knockoff Power Ranger. So yeah, not really neat.
There's just it is the definition of what you see is what you get.
Contrast with our next option, which is the Abra up through the Kadabra line or Alakazam line.
Base 135 special attack, base 120 speed, amazing coverage that handles just about everything it needs. 2 great regular abilities and an amazing hidden ability. Yeah, it's frail as fuck, but with how fast it moves and how hard it hits, it does not matter. This thing is considered one of the greatest psychic types of all time, one of the most powerful Pokemon of all time for a reason. It has lost none of its edge over the years. It has only gotten better, in fact, as the years have gone by. And yeah, no, there's very little, if any, negative in this thing. And and you know what? Yeah, I would, at least Alakazam, I'd give it an S.
Mm-hmm. Raymond? He's gone.
Hello. I impressed
Raymond.
you so much.
Sorry, I had to step away.
Oh.
No one heard me, but I don't blame you because microphones are weird, and also
Yeah.
I'm scared of mine.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's this thing has dominated the competitive way forever since its inception, and for all of the reasons. It's just it is one of the perfect Pokemon.
It is, however, a bitch to catch. So
Abra is a pain in the ass to catch, and there is the whole caveat of you have to trade it to evolve it.
Or you go to the game corner, gambling.
But even if you didn't have any, even if you were a poor bastard who didn't have anybody to trade with and had to play your game all alone in your room while everybody else was doing things not video game related, and I can't relate to anyway. Even if you wanted to ignore that, Kadabra by itself is not bad.
It also has it sleeps 18. The Abra sleeps 18 hours a day, and it can sense danger. So it reads your mind to see if you're harmful. So if you're a friend, it won't necessarily run away.
Or we could just take a nap together all day.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I mean, let's not ignore it. Abra is just freaking cute. I love Abra. It's such a unique. I don't even know what it's supposed to be based on, but it has this unique feel to it.
Oh, it's based off shit.
It was a type of yokai, wasn't it?
I
Has
think
to be.
so.
Has to be.
It's like they're so unique and weird, like humanoid, but not like a fox-esque, but also like weird three-toed claws. Crazy.
It's such a unique design, and it's so distinctly Pokemon. And of course, we cannot forget the best meme in existence, which was when they finally introduced Horde battles in Gen 6. Someone popped out a Mega Alakazam against all the Vanillites.
Oh yeah,
it's like I have been waiting for this moment.
Horde battles were a cool idea, but God, were they a bitch to deal with.
They were annoying. But yeah, I have no qualms keeping it in S tier. It's a solid Pokemon. Next up, the Machop.
Wait, what about the Mega? What about Mega Alakazam? Did we rule on that? Or
I think it's a little goofy looking, honestly.
I'm not as big a fan on Mega Alakazam. Again, it is goofy, and I think like 5 spoons now you're just showing off.
Well, it's for the 5 Vanillites. We've established that.
Yeah, of course. Trace, not an awful ability to have on a Mega Alakazam, but I think the abilities it gets as regular Alakazam are better.
So knock down to A then, do we think?
Yeah, I think knock the Mega down to A. Keep the rest of them where they are.
It's kind of a weird pattern shakeup that we normally have there. I was just going to keep him there in S, but I wasn't aware that he was so contentious. Interesting.
I don't know if he's contentious. I think it's one of those things where I think regular is better.
Not every Pokemon needed a Mega Evolution.
I would argue.
Did you see?
Alakazam needed it the least.
Now the Machop through the Machamp line.
Yes.
So first off, base 130 attack. It punches you in the face. You're probably gonna go around the world so many times you see the sun rise and set twice. Other stats are it's got decent bulk. Coverage, it's not awful, but it kind of like Primeape. It's one of those one-trick pony kind of deals. Does get no guard as an ability, which again makes it so that you don't miss your moves, although you are a little more susceptible to getting hit by other people's moves as well. And it gets Guts, which, as we established earlier, is a great ability to have. I think Alakazam is I think is easily better, but it is one of the best fighting types in the game. I don't think it wouldn't be too bad for you to have one. Its Gigantamax form is cool.
But that's not in the consideration, unfortunately.
No, we haven't really touched on any of the Gigantamax forms. So.
I mean, this tier list only hits megas, so I'm assuming
That's fine.
just, yeah.
That's fine. Well, and to be fair, the Gigantamax, at least with the megas, you get like new abilities and new stat boosts and stuff like that. With Gigantamax, you might look a little cooler, but that's about it. So that's fair. Yeah, I mean, it's probably the most humanoid looking of the
We'll get to let's do competitive, and then we'll get to appearances.
Yeah, okay. Competitive wise, it's been in the top tiers since time out of mind. Mass attack stat, good bulk, take hits, can dish a ton of damage. It's an A. It belongs in where it is.
Okay, now I don't like these things are too human, man. It's weird.
Friendship double ruined.
They have pants.
Friendship.
They have pants. Do they get them when they evolve? Who gives them the pants? Is it like skin? What is that? What is it?
Why not? Who? Yes, all, every. It's just like a pattern, like a fun little like pattern on their flesh.
They make me uncomfortable.
They're my favorite fighting types. At least Machamp is. I was kind of indifferent on Machamp, and then I played Pokken Tournament, and he won me over with his charming smile and thumbs ups. All four of them.
I don't even know. Like I feel like also I don't know what they're supposed to be based on.
100-hander.
100-hander.
What?
Yeah.
What's a 100-hander?
You don't know. You don't know what the fuck a 100-hander is? It's a Greek myth. It is what. That's it. It is a thing that has many hands.
That is uncomfortable. Okay, so it is based on something like mythical. So it's.
They hung out with like Zeus. No. Yes, one of them. Zeus. They did Zeus things.
They did Zeus things. These things
They,
did
like-
Zeus. You know what that implies, right?
They helped him kill his dad somehow. Somewhere in the story. It was them and the Cyclopses. They're akin to Cyclopses, in a way.
Oh no. A Meowth stole all my money. Oh no, from Chronosphere. Oh no, my monies. Yeah, so I want to knock them down a point for their design. Also, like the flip side of that though is I could see in a domestic situation these things would be really fucking handy to have. I mean, the third game starts off with a bunch of was it Machokes or was it Machamps that were helping you move?
In Emerald version, there was Slackoths, or Vigoroths, rather.
Oh,
so,
really?
and that was the only one I played.
Oh,
so I'm not sure.
in Ruby and Sapphire, it was one of the two.
That's cool.
I want to say it was
That's fun.
Machokes, because they only had one set of arms.
Yeah, and you can ride on them. They can carry you like a princess, and carry you places you need to go.
Oh yeah, because in Gen 7 he's a ride Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right, fine. We'll keep him at A.
Yes.
This'll warm me
Yeah.
down. Because the utility, like as much as I don't like the utility of them, doesn't change. They are incredibly, I mean, literally having 4 arms. All right, well then, the Bellsprout line.
Victory Bell has largely been forgotten, and that is a goddamn shame, because on top of looking fucking terrifying, it's actually not a bad mixed attacker. It's got really good attack stats, decent speed that gets doubled in the sun thanks to chlorophyll, not awful utility, and yeah, I think it's largely slept on. Whereas Vileplume has kind of soared, Victory Bell has kind of been left to rot, and I think that is a goddamn shame. But that's not going to stop me from putting it at a B.
Okay.
A respectable B. I think
Yeah.
James's Victory Bell really did the heavy lifting for making anyone remember Victory Bell to begin with.
Yeah,
Although
it wasn't-
I still very fondly remember the Victory Bell from Pokemon Snap. That one sticks out to mind because I
yeah.
remember you have to I think you have to knock Weeping Bell into
Into a pond
into
to
a
get
pond.
Victory Bell, which is weird because Weeping Bell evolves through Leaf Stone.
I mean, evolutions in Pokemon Snap are just
That's
weird.
true, yeah.
Also, this is very important. Also, Bellsprout is Pokemon number 69.
Nice.
Hey, and he has the mouth for it.
Yeah.
I mean, are we allowed to mention those things? Because that was something I was going to mention about the Machamp line.
It's
The
right
effect it
there.
had on the fan art
It-
community. We have to make sure that's at least mentioned.
It's right there.
Like I thought, I wasn't gonna bring it up, but we're doing the 69 jokes with Bellsprout here. I have very fond memories of Bellsprout because I think Ash had one, or
No, he fought one.
No,
He fought
it
one.
was Muck's battling debut, I believe.
because like was
And
it
he fought
was
one.
it Muck or was it Snorlax that like crushed it, but it survived?
It was Muck.
It was Muck.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, Muck finished the battle.
Muck finished the battle because that Bellsprout turned out to be a goddamn heavyweight champion.
Yeah.
hmm
I'm happy with them at B. I think they're actually a fun little line of Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's a shame it gets ignored so much because it's actually a lot of fun. to play around with.
Although we do have to let's see sizes and such. Oh my God, Weeping Bell is 2
itty-bitty.
feet tall.
Victory Bell is 5'7", which puts it roughly around my height, which is
Yeah.
terrifying.
Yeah, it's me sized. Oh, it might have poison.
It's a
What
poison
do you mean
type,
it
yeah.
might have poison?
Well,
it's a pitcher plant.
oh, yeah,
Of
no,
It's a
course it
poison
has
type,
poison.
yeah.
I was gonna say it has poison. What I mean is it might have easily accessible volatile poison.
Well, hopefully you get chlorophyll for the ability and not gluttony, because gluttony might make it even worse.
Doesn't it use its like weird vine thing to strangle people?
it lures them in with the aroma of honey and then swallows them whole and melting them away, bones and all. Oh, yeah, I don't know if I want that hanging around in my house. Weeping Bell sprays people with acid. Ugh.
Oh.
When hungry, it swallows anything that moves. Its hapless prey is melted inside by strong acids. Oh God, we might have to dock these guys.
I think Bellsprout's good where it's at, but the rest of the evolution.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bellsprout is carnivorous Pokemon that traps and eats bugs. It uses its feet to soak up needed moisture. Prefers hot and humid places. It ensnares tiny insects with its vines. Yeah, Bellsprout's fine. The other two, I think they're going down a bit because they're horrifying and I wouldn't want them in my house.
I mean, really, when it comes to the entire line, all I can say is, I don't know if you heard that.
I didn't.
Nope.
I'll try to put it close to the mic.
Oh, next in line, the Tentacool line. Wow.
Oh,
This is another one
Oh.
that's made the rounds in the fan community and the fan art communities.
It's a weird
Cool.
dynamic. It's that angle, and then it's the destroying the buildings angle.
Oh,
So-
right.
So much like Zubat and Golbat, Tentacool and Tentacool are very common Pokemon you run into constantly, but they're actually worth running into because they're really good. We are looking at a very respectable 120 base special defense and a 100 base speed, top with a couple really good abilities: Clear Body to keep it from having its stats lowered, Liquid Ooze to get all those suckers who try to use Giga Drain on you, and then Rain Dish to get a little HP back in the rain. Coverage, not amazing, but you can make do with what you're given. It's another one of those defensive Pokemon that's really good at stalling enemies out and taking hits. Water Poison, interesting typing. Opens it up to a couple more weaknesses than it probably would otherwise. But yeah, I've used one on several generation teams across the years, and it has always been reliable. So that I'm putting it as an A for its reliability.
Okay, now as for aesthetics and pet potential.
No, way down.
Yeah, that's...
Would you keep a jellyfish as a pet?
I would not. Man, their tentacles are poisonous. I'd say dock 2 points to common. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think they're horrible, and I actually think like for what they're going for, they're fine appearance wise. I actually think Tentacruel is really cool, ironically. Like, and it has like a lot of neat things about it, but it's just not something that I would want to keep in the house.
Yeah, it's something that it's really awesome. Like if you're on like a submarine dive or something and you saw it, that'd be like, whoa, that's cool. But you're not gonna put it in your home.
No.
All right, so we're happy having it at sea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it works.
Celtic fan, you want to talk about fan art in the community? Just wait till we get to Gen 3 and 4. You know why. Of course I know why. I know this community. I've seen things that you're... I have seen things that... Oh, what's that line from Blade Runner?
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
I've seen sea beams glittering. I've seen sea trails glittering.
I've seen Gardevoirs with Slackoths in position.
No.
You've never imagined.
All those moments will be lost in time. Thank God for that.
Just wait till we get to Vaporeon.
Oh, God. Oh, did you know that So, Geodude.
The third of the 4 trait evolutions introduced in Gen 1, and this one got fucked the hardest. It's the best way I can describe it.
You could say that it got rocked.
Yes. It has amazing physical defense, really good physical attack, not awful coverage. It's got a whopping 6 weaknesses, including ×4 weak to water and grass, 2 of the most common types. Special defense is a joke, and those types tend to be special attackers, so even worse. On top of that, it is slow as fuck. Thank God it got Sucker Punch for like priority moves, because otherwise it would just be screwed until the dawn of time.
So F tier.
D. Because again, it's got a really good defense and pretty respectful attack.
I'm pretty confident that like overall leaving them there. Well, I will make an argument to move Golem himself up to C. I actually really think he's... As a kid, I thought he was the coolest looking Pokemon. I don't understand me.
I mean, yeah, he's got a cool design. He's a
weird little snake head going on. I was always annoyed that he looks nothing like his pre-evolutions. Like, not even color palette wise.
Yeah.
No, that is really weird. I have thought that.
Although, having a 4-foot tall boulder in your house probably doesn't help. So I might have to. Actually, a 3-foot tall boulder in Graveler and a 1-foot tall like just stone. I feel like more so Golem stays in D and the other 2 go down. I'm very unimpressed with them.
Also, because unlike Alexander Champ, where even if you don't evolve them, their pre-evolutions still work. There's not a whole lot redeemable about Graveler.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's also just like the ugliest of the 3 too.
Yeah. I was got annoyed that you had to trade because like I hated Graveler, but I loved Golem. All right. Next up, Ponyta.
It's the last unicorn.
Takes forever to evolve. Has good speed and decent attack, but does not learn hardly any good physical moves to take advantage of that. At least not through leveling up. It despite the fact that it was the only fire type you could have in Diamond and Pearl, which that's a whole can of worms right there. I have a hard time recommending Rapidash on any competitive team just because it suffers from the same problem Poliwrath does in what you see is what you get. You get a fire type move, Mega Horn to take on psychic types. You get maybe a ground type move, possibly Poison Jab if you're feeling daring, and then you call it a day.
Bounce has sometimes been a thing.
Yeah, bounce has been, and it's probably the most common user of bounce next to maybe Gyarados. As competitive wise, I can't recommend it. Put it in the D.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it the most. It's a very...
I just remember I just have bad memories of trying to make it work in Pokemon Diamond, and it just wasn't happening.
It is a very pretty Pokemon, both of these.
Yes, in terms of, would you keep it as a pet?
It's the same as keeping a regular horse, I would think.
Well, no, it's on fire.
Well,
yeah.
Well, the anime makes it clear that it only burns you if it doesn't trust you.
True, but like, how much like? One thing that's said in the pro, very competitive, this Pokemon will chase anything that moves fast in the hopes of racing it. I feel like that's just spelling for disaster.
Yeah. Also, I'm afraid of horses, so
that it's not the most.
I'm kind of there. I like horses at a distance. They're fine. Also, the bronies weird me
I
out,
would
so
never
it makes it
stand
an extra
behind
level.
one.
I would never stand
Yeah.
behind one. Yeah. Oh, do you think they have like My Little Ponyta in that world, and they have like a whole bunch of really uncomfortable, like weird dudes? I have friends who are bronies, and I'm just
Somewhere wherever he is, Fat Man is just bolted upright in his chair.
Yeah. I don't think he'd disagree though. Next, if the record, this is a completely different ball game when we get to Galarian Ponyta though.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Actually, Galarian Ponyta, I actually have positive things I can say about it. In fact, I think Galarian Ponyta doesn't get the recognition it deserves for being.
It was one of the. It was like the
is.
first revealed for 9 Gen, wasn't it? Or for 8. Sorry,
For
7,
8 Gen.
8 Gen.
I actually don't know.
It was like there was a whole little like mystery trailer, and then like someone was like,
I kind of missed the beginning of Gen 8, so I honestly don't really know.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, next up is one of my favorite lines, and I think it's everyone's Slowpoke.
Underneath that vacant ass expression and like 30 IQ that he sports, Slowbro is actually really good competitive wise. Mostly into how fucking bulky it is. 110 defense mixed with a respectable 80 special defense and 95 HP. This thing tanks hits like a motherfucker. Add the fact that it gets Regenerator, which you get like a third of your HP back every time you switch out. This thing can stall for fucking days. Good coverage. It gets good status. It's annoying. It's fucking annoying, but I love it. So I think it's. Really, its only downside is in its name. It's slow as fuck. So in that regard, I think I would put it as a B. But I'm open to up it to A as well.
I want to push it to A because that guy is adorable.
Cannot fault you.
I think he would be like, he's 3 foot tall, 79 pounds. He would be a great cuddle buddy, like as a pet. And I mean, honestly, sometimes a dumb pet, it's a good pet, good friend.
You don't need to worry about them.
Yeah,
they're just gonna be there.
Legitimately, you will put down a Slowpoke or a Slowbro somewhere, and they will stay there for like in perpetuity. I guess the only concern is if you could get them to eat.
Yeah, I'm also design-wise. I feel like every variation that has been done with Slowbro, both with its Mega and the Galarian forms, has played with the shell placement in a way that I have been happy to see. Like everything they did was what I wanted them to do.
I was gonna bring that up. Yeah, Mega Slowbro's design is actually really funny, and I like it a lot.
I think though I want to push just regular Slowpoke up into A, and leave the other two at B. My logic being that as pets, that shell will get very annoying very quickly.
Yeah.
I feel like it's
Do
gonna
you
be
think the shell would make noises? Like it would start grumbling and growling sometimes.
Oh,
It's like, what's making the noise? Oh, it's his shell. Oh.
I would worry it's gonna bite off my poor Slowpoke's tail. Because they're apparently delicious. That's another thing.
What did...
They are apparently Slowpoke tails are delicious.
Yes, yes,
Mhm.
that's true.
Emergency food source. Awful, I know, but next up, Magnemite and is it Magneton?
I love Magnemite's design, as simple as it is. I don't know. There's something about a small metal ball with magnets on the side of it is endearing to me.
Of
I can't
all the
explain it
ball
any more than that.
Pokemon, this is like the one that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Also, of all
it-
the quote-unquote man-made Pokemon, I think it makes the most sense.
Yeah. Its evolution line was the first to switch typing. In Gen 1, it was pure electric until Steel type was introduced when it became a dual type. On its own, it has a hefty 120 base special attack and some good moves to take advantage of it. It is not the fastest, and Steel type unfortunately has some decent weaknesses, including a ×4 weakness to ground. But it is pretty good Pokemon. It does not evolve into anything better, not in this generation anyway. You gotta wait a while to have it get any better. But it's okay. It's as average as it can get. I'd put it as a C.
Okay, putting him in C.
I also think Magneton is doing the collection of 3 gimmick way better than
Doug
Doug
Trio.
Trio was
Yes,
doing
yeah.
it.
Yes, I can agree
And
with
for that purpose, I actually want to elevate these maybe even 2 slots.
Okay.
Mm.
Because like we have Doug Trio in B, and I feel like this just does it better. Even though I guess Doug Trio is up there by virtue of being competitive.
Also, living with a Magnemite or Magneton, like they float, so you don't need to worry about how heavy they're gonna be.
True. And
They're probably really good during like basically around the house. I imagine.
downside
Mhm.
though, they're not a cuddle monster. They're not a
No.
cuddle friend.
I mean, it's basically lying your head on like your stove or like something metal.
Yeah, I was gonna say
You
like
know,
just it's like a sheet of steel. Like I imagine that like if it were hollow on the inside, it would make that like warbling noise that like a sheet of metal makes.
Yeah.
On that note, they might be kind of like a Newton's cradle, where it's just kind of aesthetically pleasing to see it be there, even if you don't have to touch it.
True. I'm gonna move them up to B, and I think that's where they're going to stick. If you guys think otherwise,
I'm not opposed one way or the other on that.
Mm-hmm.
okay. Farfetch'd. It's a rare single standalone Pokemon in this all. Farfetch'd. I think that's what it sounded like.
You nailed it.
So,
The best thing this thing has is its Galarian form. And
Oof.
that is all I need to say.
so immediate F.
It is the worst of the worst as far as Gen 1 is concerned.
It has a 90 attack.
Like there is no viability whatsoever in using this thing. And all meme status of using it went out the window like 4 generations ago.
I was gonna say the
Mhm.
only thing like appearance wise for it is like it's a Hatsune Miku cosplayer, or no, even that it's a caramel dancing cosplayer.
It's also like the gimmick with the pun of its design doesn't translate to English at all. You know?
I don't even know what its gimmick is.
The pun, it's based off of the idea of a duck's not gonna come up holding a leek, which is a phrase in Japanese to basically reference it's not gonna be that easy for something to happen the way you want it to. Rough translation. It just doesn't, there's no English translation that is an equivalent for it, so the whole pun in its design just does not work at all translated
I was
to
gonna
English.
say Farfetch'd is an okay attempt to try. Like It's probably the best you could do to translate that to English.
Mm-hmm.
Still not great.
I'm trying to quickly find Farfetch'd's old small gun entry to kind of give you an idea of just how awful this thing has always been. I think it was for... Oh, yes, here it is. I am of the opinion that as Pokemon Red and Blue was about to be released, Farfetch'd accidentally spilled some ink on the suit of one of the most important Game Freak staff members, because since then they have hated Farfetch'd and done everything they could to make this thing suck as much as possible on the battlefield. No base stat over 65, a gazillion better normal flying types, some interesting moves, none of which can be employed to their full potential, and limited ways of obtaining it ever since the beginning of the games. The best thing that can be said about it is that its personal item, which is literally a stick, makes it get random critical hits when you don't need them. Like I said, the best thing that ever happened to this thing was getting a different form. Because at least you got Farfetch'd out of it.
Farfetch'd is cool.
Farfetch'd is awesome.
Duo, and Dodrio.
So kind of continuing on what I was talking about earlier with Pidgey and Spearow, this is probably the best normal flying type you're going to get in this game. It's stat-wise, it's roughly on par with Spearow. It gets access to a little more coverage. Like it can have low kick, it can get drill run, trailblaze. Well, that's a later move, but it has a little more to work with than Spearow does. Its abilities suck ass. Runaway is literally only used for when you want to get away from random encounters. Early Bird is okay in the sense that you wake up early. And Tangled Feet, it's situational. So yeah, of the regional birds, it's probably the best of Kanto. Still not great, but it does the job. I'd put it as a C.
Not bad, not bad. I don't know how it's flying when it doesn't have fucking wings.
Oh, that's
It
the million-dollar
runs.
question, isn't it?
It's in the stadium. It just kind of like ran, but in air.
Yeah. It's weird.
I saw one animation, like classic old school Newgrounds animation, where the two heads like went off and then like became a helicopter.
You know what? That wins me over on it a little bit. 5'11" and 4'7", so they're big birds. I don't know how strong. I get high attack stats, so they're strong. So theoretically, you could use them as you could ride them. They're actually mountable creatures. Uses its 3 brains to execute complex plans, while 2 heads sleep, 1 stays awake. That's really cool, actually.
It is, but also the 3 heads will argue with each other.
Yes.
True. So I'm thinking, like, as design, they're fine. It doesn't win any points there. But as a pet,
I mean, it's good transportation.
it's good transportation, but like it doesn't feel like it offers much else. It kind of feels like that. I feel like its texture would be kind of coarse, like so it's not like soft necessarily. And the idea that it argues with itself, you might get enough of that in your own home life. So I don't know. I think it stays comfortably in C.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, look at this little adorable guy, Seal.
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 Every generation has at least 1 or 2 water types that are largely forgotten about in the grand scheme. Dugong is one of them for this generation. Nobody ever uses this thing. Nobody remembers it. It's a water ice type that basically just gets water ice moves. Not great stats. I mean, special defense is decent, I guess. But, like, it does nothing to kind of, like, propel itself above, you know, other better water types that you could be using. Especially other better water ice types introduced this generation that you could be using. So, I can't recommend it. That thing's a D. The only reason I'm not putting it as an F is, like you said, it's cute. So.
It's cute.
Sorry, I just there's more Chrono sphere art of me with the Tentacruel. You can stay in the yard. Let me try and show it to you guys. Come on, direct message.
No Pokemon that gets early bird is actually bulky enough to take advantage of it. That is very true. Magician of D. That is remarkably true.
But yeah, remarkably cute. Seal is kind of cute. I wanted to say bump it up 1 for that. Dugong, I think, is really cute.
Dugong, yeah, like a really cool Pokemon in my opinion. Look at the face.
You would require a pool for it, but for Dugong, I feel like I would make that sacrifice, unlike with, say, Golduck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
If I get to see that face every day, and I get to cuddle with it, maybe do some, like swimming around with it, I think... And, hey, free ice water.
True. Like, if you live in a desert, just get a pool with a Dugong, and then, like, you're set.
Yeah. Let's see if there's anything interesting. Stores thermal energy in its body, swims at a steady 8 knots, even in intensely cold waters. Its entire body is snowy white, unharmed even by intense cold it swims. So it's actually kind of a space heater.
That's cool. That makes the whole pool thing even better. It makes the pool cool, but if you're next to it, you get warm.
And here we are. Grimer and Muck.
Muck. So, the thing about Muck is that stat-wise, it's actually not awful. 105 attack, 105 HP, and 100 special defense. It's actually not a terrible special wall. Its moves leave a lot to be desired, but it does get access to the elemental punches, so that's pretty cool. Biggest thing you're going to do with it is set up a couple acid armors and stall out, mostly, is what this thing is good for. Its abilities are fucking awful in literally every regard. Like, there's literally nothing redeeming about its abilities. One of them is literally stench. You can you can guess what that one's about.
So where are we hitting this thing? Is it establishment?
Despite its decent stats, it's got nothing to take advantage of it. I'm putting it in a D.
I do not see it leaving there. In fact, it might
it's
actively go down.
Mm-hmm.
Its Alolan form is slightly better. That's
really
the best thing I can say for it right now. Well, it's part dark type, so it not only does it get the psychic immunity, but it also gets the moves to take advantage of it.
Alolan form Muck is my ultimate least favorite Pokemon.
Okay.
I hate it.
I understand what that color scheme.
I mean, I can't argue with you, like, appearance wise, because
like, I understand what it's going for, but like, just in terms of literally anything, when we get to Trubbish, Jesus Christ, I'm not.
It is literally a puddle of shit.
I am putting that in F tier, easy F tier.
Not arguing there.
It's but, unlike Gloom, where I think it was Gloom is unnecessarily ugly. Grimer and Muck are going for something, so it doesn't hit Love Disc territory.
Agreed.
One of my favorites is next up, Shelder and Cloyster.
Ooh.
Not gonna make the joke. Not gonna make.
You can make it. We all know what you're thinking. It looks like a woman's private parts.
It's even got the nub. Like,
Did you
come on.
have you? There's in one of the generations, there's a trainer couple of like a boyfriend and a girlfriend, and the guy has an Onyx and the girl has a Cloyster.
That's hilarious. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, this is how I knew this is how I learned I was straight. I say being actually bi, but
when looking at the stats of a Cloyster, the first thing you're going to notice is that whopping 180 base defense. This thing has one of the highest defenses in the game. Unfortunately, its typing is ass for that.
I was going to say, it looks like it's up against... It's super effective, or it's super weak against 3 really heavy special types.
Grass, electric, fighting, and rock. Because, remember, it's part ice type.
True, but
Ugh.
fighting is I consider much more physical. Like they don't have as many special. I don't think.
Yeah, it made more of a difference in like Gen 3 when like the physical special split hadn't happened yet. But the big gimmick with Cloyster is its ability Skill Link. Skill Link makes it so that any moves that are like 2 to 5, like Wrap or Bind or anything like that, always hits 5 turns. Pair
Ugh.
that with Shell Smash, which makes it so that your defenses are dropped, but your attack and speed are raised. And this thing has been known to sweep entire teams.
Damn.
Yeah, this thing was actually a fucking menace during Gen 5. I remember that much.
I was gonna say, like, ice types are notoriously ineffective, so the fact that one of them, it's more of a water type, it's a lead water type, but like still.
Yeah. Well, Icicle Spear is one of its main moves, and that's an ice move, and that hits 5 times.
Oh fuck yeah.
So the big thing that people did with it is either Focus Sash, which makes it hold on with 1 HP and get a Shell Smash off, or they used White Herb, which negated the negative stat, the stat losses of its defense, and kept the stat buffs. So essentially, this thing, if you let this thing set up, it would destroy you. Is what I'm getting at. And even on its own, that defense is nothing to sneeze at. I'm gonna put it at a B.
I think it's solid.
Just because I have PTSD from fighting this thing. But yeah, it's a good Pokemon.
I think Cloyster is really cool looking, but I think it definitely loses points on the domestic end.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's 3 feet. It's 4 feet. No, actually, almost 5 feet tall, and it's just spikes all over, and it will freeze you to death. Also, people.
Shelter though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think it gets bumped down, but I think Shelter gets bumped up because Shelter's fucking adorable. Shelter is so goddamn cute. It's one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. That doofy little tongue hanging out, just its innards. Oh god, Cloyster's innards have never been seen. What the fuck?
You can't get past the shell.
Yeah, makes sense.
Let's see, what does Shelter say? Anything interesting? No, other than it's just really hard to open. But yeah, Shoulder, super cute. Also, Shoulder is responsible for the. Oh my god, it's right next to Slowbro. That's perfect. It belongs there.
It was fate.
And next up is another of my favorite lines, the Ghastly Haunter and Gengar line.
Massive special attack, massive speed, good dual typing. Didn't really get to, because of the physical special differences in the early gens, didn't really get to take super advantage of its ghost typing until Gen 4. But once it did, this thing was in the highest tier consistently for the first like 5 generations. It gets great coverage. Its ability, well, when it had Levitate, it was a force to be reckoned with because it couldn't get hit by ground type moves, and then they fucking neutered him in Gen 8 when they gave him Curse Body. But it's Curse Body's still not a bad ability. Its Mega Form is cool. Shadow Tag's a really cool ability that is a pain.
We'll get to its Mega Form because I have thoughts on its Mega Form.
Well, I'm still on the competitive.
Right. Competitive is fine.
Mega Gengar, if I recall correctly, Mega Gengar was so good it was tournament banned.
Damn.
Shadow Tag's an ability you don't fuck around with. It works the same as Arena Trap.
Oh fuck.
And paired with that speed and that special attack, man, it was a fucking nightmare. But yeah, no, great Pokemon. I love it. Put it put an S. Fuck it.
S down.
Wow.
All
the way up to the top, baby.
Also, it's got that face, man. Like
Everyone loves.
Yeah.
It's a fan favorite for a reason.
I was actually going to say.
Got that.
I was going to argue first. Well, I guess we go into this. Like, starting with S tier is really good. I want to argue down Mega Gengar. I do not like its appearance to the point that I actually want to drop it pretty far down.
Wow, what's your issue with it?
I don't know. Like the it's just strange. I don't know what I'm looking at with it. And the yellow the yellow eye thing in the center just like suddenly is like a really clashing element of it.
Let me explain to you the way that I first heard about someone describing what is conceptually happening with Gengar's evolution. And maybe this will change your mind, maybe not, but I think it's very cool. It's the story of a ghost breaking into the physical realm, where first with Ghastly, it can only see into the space it wants to go to. With Haunter, it starts to reach its hands in. With Gengar, it understands the physical form it needs to take. And then with Mega Gengar, this is it actually breaking into our reality through the shadows. Don't know if that changes your mind.
Conceptually, and I think it's really like that like middle eye thing that's really the sticking point. I feel like that burst of gold or yellow doesn't it damages the image of this being like a ghostly creature. And I understand it, like the whole idea is breaking into our world. I don't know. I would argue at least one step down. I wouldn't argue like your explanation is kind of cool. Like it conceptually, I just visually there's something I don't like there.
I mean, we bumped down Mega Alakazam, so sure.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, I feel like the eye with Mega Gengar kind of coincides with Mega Alakazam's appearance. Like, there's something very similar about the two.
I also kind of want to try and make a rank all its own for Haunter, because Haunter is my favorite. Like, such a fucking
Haunter is just cool to look at.
Just such a cool artist.
No arguing there.
Well, now we gotta talk about them as pets.
See, I already have a ghost in my apartment as a pet, so I already kind of know what I'm dealing with in that regard.
And also, they can put you to sleep.
Oh, yes.
Which can be a problem, but it could also be a real boon, too. Because if you just can't sleep, you're just like, hit me.
There's just a lot of cool with them. Like, any kind of negative that you could think of, like their size, for example.
Well, they're
First of all, they exist in the shadows.
They literally weigh
They could
nothing.
just disappear.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess Gengar actually does weigh something.
A nice touch in the anime, Ash gets a Gengar, and it doesn't have a shadow, because it is its own shadow.
Oh, what do you guys think of that? Was it Clefairy theory? That it's actually Dark Clefairy?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I could believe it.
That makes sense, because it's a doppelganger.
Yeah.
All right, well, next up on our list is Onyx.
It's a fucking rock snake.
It's just Onyx.
Like, it's cool.
just a guy.
I think Steelix is really cool looking, but
Onyx,
yeah.
Onyx, Steelix is a great Pokemon. Unfortunately, Steelix is not around yet. So we're left with what we've got, which is not a bad 160 defense, not as good as Cloyster, but still not bad. And a 70 speed, which actually isn't that bad. Especially early game, it's fast enough. Dual stab, rock and ground has always been, it's very good offensively, and it's not awful defensively as well, because you got immunity to electric, bugs can't touch you. Even some of the best typings aren't super effective against you. Where you're really going to get fucked is having 6 weaknesses, 2 of which being ×4 because of your typing.
Yeah.
Which is what poor Brock, if his opponent had a grass or a water starter, he didn't have a prayer. There's aside from its appearance and the fact that Brock uses it, there's nothing really remarkable about Onyx.
Yeah.
Steelix is better in every regard. It's a D.
D. And I don't think its appearance is neat, but I don't think it'd be bumped up. In fact, it might get bumped down because it's a 28-foot long, 463 pounds for 28 feet. Damn.
I think it would be realistically illegal to keep domestically.
Yeah.
Because of its great size.
Like, unless you had like a special like house permit type deal. Yeah, so I think do we bump it down for that then?
I guess.
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah. I unfortunate because I like Onyx. I think he's a happy
Onyx,
guy.
I just don't like him that much.
Yeah. All right. I did not mean to close that. I meant to open that. Next up is the Drowsy line.
F.
For the competitive.
Incorrect. S. Incorrect. S. S tier.
So F for competitive.
It's got good special defense, and that's about it. Insomnia keeps it from falling asleep. There's not a whole lot else going for it. I don't know anybody who actually uses this thing.
Me.
Okay.
Well, there you go. It's
all right, Critter. You like Machamp, and you like Drowsy, and Hypno. We got problems here. You know what this is starting to paint you.
In the early days, you use it on the merit of you didn't have anybody to trade a Kadabra with, and it was the only other psychic type.
I don't know why. I just really love them.
I do like how derpy Drowsy is, and like he's a perfect size for a pet.
And let's be perfectly frank, Hypno is a pedophile.
Oh God!
No, he's not. Shut up. He's my friend.
Well, isn't it? Wait, isn't it like the Pokedex entry? Like,
it is. There's several Pokedex entries about it. It's
so like I'm vindicated. Here.
No, just ignore that. Look away.
Look, it's fine. He just eats them. All right, he just eats them. It's fine.
Nami Nom Nom says Hypno only kidnapped a child the one time. And he emphasized the one. Oh God! Damn it.
Puts enemies to sleep and eats their dreams. Occasionally gets sick from eating bad dreams. You sleep.
Yeah, that's its gimmick is Hypnosis Dream Eater.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if you
I'm willing to move Drowsy up to common.
Which even in that regard, Gengar does it better.
Yeah,
how tall is Hypno?
He's about like 3 feet tall. Hypno is 5'3". Yeah.
5'3". Yeah.
Like a little person. He's just a man. He's just a dude.
That makes it
he's friend shaped.
Oscar Borgia, have you guys heard about the creepypasta of Hypno? I'm pretty sure we all heard the Hypno.
Yeah, everybody has.
Hypno was my all-time favorite Pokemon for a very long time until Gen 7, 6. Till Gen 6.
Until you got on the internet and
for
saw
that long?
all the art.
I'm willing
like 500 better Pokemon.
No, because Hypno's so cool.
And I was gonna say, don't forget Love Disc exists.
No.
And, no, I was gonna say, and so does Gloom. Like, at the very minimum, there is not that many. I think on principle, I have to leave Hypno at F, but I will move Drowsy up because I think he's kind of doofy and he can do the same thing Gengar does to put you to sleep. So.
I knew this was gonna happen.
Look, I didn't get to move Machoke down or Machamp down. Like, this is the rebound effect. Next up, we have Krabby.
Yeah.
I mean, on merits that I fucking adore this thing, I would put it as an S. But let's look at it objectively from competitive. Great attack, great defense, fantastic abilities, not an awful move pool, and not bad coverage. Speed is not great. Special attack and defense are ass. And it's not easy to catch, but I love it. Half because Ash had one, and also it's a crab that says cookie.
Yeah,
I will make it an A.
Well, yeah,
it gets Guillotine, which is not a consistent move, but an awesome one.
Yeah, I'm content with that. I love the Krabby Kingler line. I think they're really cute. Though, as pets, I guess there's nothing terrible about them. Yeah. They're just nothing like they kind of like lacking the bonuses of like, you know, I guess you can kind of cuddle them, but it's gonna be kind of an awkward one.
You could potentially ride on top of Kingler.
He's 4'3". I mean, he's super strong, so I guess that offsets, but it's gonna be an awkward ride.
Mm-hmm. All those like sharp bits everywhere.
Next up is Voltorb. Voltorb and Electrode.
Electrode. It's a ball. Okay, no. at the time it was introduced, it was the fastest Pokemon alive. 140 speed, nothing to sneeze at. In fact, in later generations, it actually got buffed to 150 speed, as if this thing wasn't fucking fast enough. Unfortunately, speed is literally the only thing it has going for it. Other stats are ass, doesn't learn very good moves. His Hisuian form is not much better. There are so many better electric types.
It's also just a ball. It's
a
boring.
ball. Its whole gimmick is that you can mistake it for a Pokeball, which doesn't even make a whole lot of sense because a Pokeball is tiny, and this fucking thing is what, 1'8"?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like,
fucking Electrode is 3'11".
What are we doing here? What are we doing?
I
Who
will.
are we trying to
I
fool?
will argue to move up Electrode from F to D purely on that fucking smile.
He's got an award-winning smile.
That
and
man
on one hand,
has a
I'm like,
personality.
his face is dumb because it doesn't feel like it should work mechanically with the physics of the rest of the body. But on the other hand, it's a good face.
Yeah, it's a good face. I rest my argument. I like the cut of his jib. Execute.
So Executor is actually not an awful Pokemon. Stat-wise, let's see, we're looking at a really high special attack of 125, decent defenses and HP, speed's a bit lacking. Its move pool is actually pretty decent, both offensively and defensively. Where this thing really comes to shine, though, is Harvest, which is its hidden ability, which basically makes it so that any held berry you have keeps regenerating. So you give this thing a citrus berry, it's just gonna keep getting citrus berries back and keep keeping its health up. And with the bulk it has, it can actually make that last for a while. So, but even without that, it's got good enough special attack that I'd say is worth it. Grass Psychic is a pretty unique typing, which gives it some interesting stab. And I just like how this thing looks, so I'm gonna put it at an A.
Okay, we'll put him at A to start out. I think he's kind of goofy. I
Yes.
didn't like him when I was younger, but now I kind of appreciate him. I think the big turning point was when they did a Alolan Executor. Something clicked. I'm like, oh no, I get the original one too. It's like I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Alolan Executor was certainly a choice.
I just don't
But, hey,
know how
Grass Dragon.
I just don't
Yeah,
know how
that's-
Execute works exactly. In fact, I kind of want to argue Execute goes down. I think it's uncomfortable.
I imagine because they're psychic, so I imagine it's like a
Oh.
hive mind collective.
Yes,
Okay, that works.
I believe so.
That fixes it a little bit.
Also, since there's 5 of them, and if you do a comic where you're making a Nuzlocke, that means you have the potential of doing 5 very fun little faces.
Or technically 6. One's cracked open, and that's actually kind of concerning.
He's fine. He's just quirky.
I'm content leaving him at A. I'm not the biggest. I'm kind of indifferent towards Executor.
Mhm. Like, as a- He would have to just hang out outside. He'd be like having a tree.
Yeah.
A tree that hangs out and thinks.
And look at that, head empty. That man doesn't think a damn thing.
Yeah, and also the Execute just comes so late in the game that most people don't really get a chance to use it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't think you get it until the Safari Zone.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it is. Yeah. Cubone.
Marowak is a really interesting specimen. Good attack, good physical defense, slow as shit, really does not get much in the way of moves. But it does get some interesting abilities. Rockhead and Lightning Rod, which Lightning Rod's a weird ability to have on a ground type because it makes it so that you get a buff from electric type moves and it's a ground. I don't know. It's weird. It also gets. Let me just double check real quick.
I've never
what that
quite liked
is.
abilities that depend on the opponent taking a certain type of action. I feel like it's so situational.
there are a lot of abilities that are situational.
Yeah, but even more so because if your opponent knows about it, then they will
Yeah.
simply avoid doing the thing that's going to benefit you.
That's where some, because some Pokemon have multiple abilities that can fit that niche. Like Lantern, for example, gets both Water Absorb and Volt Absorb. So it can either take a water hit and get HP back, or it can take an electric hit and get HP back, and you have no idea what it's gonna run until you attack it.
True.
Mm-hmm.
So, in that regard, you can actually make it work. Anyway, Marowak actually also gets it, kind of like Farfetch'd. It gets its own unique ability, item called the Thick Club, which boosts its attack stat. So, it's not an awful Pokemon. You don't really see many people using it, but it's not bad. Its Alolan form is probably better, but yeah, I'd put it like a B.
Okay. And I'm content leaving him there. I think he'd be a decent pet. Nothing outstanding about him.
Yeah, like a big teddy bear size.
Yeah. I guess that skull would make things uncomfortable all the time, but that's about it.
It just makes me think of like I don't know, like when I was a kid, you would have like dolls where their bodies were soft, but their head was like a plastic, and it just makes me
Yeah.
think it would be like that.
or ones that have like plastic eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan.
I mean, the Hitmons are like, they're awesome. Hitmonlee is great for attack. Hitmonchan is good for defense. Hitmonchan also gets the elemental punches, which makes it a fighting prowess in its own right. Limber and Reckless for abilities for Hitmonlee, which is okay, but Hitmonchan gets Iron Fist, which boosts the attack of those punching moves. Both of them are great. Both their designs are really awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna, as a play it cautious, I'm gonna put them in A tier. But if anybody has a argument for bumping them up to S, I'm not going to argue against it because I like their designs a lot.
I won't argue against moving them up. I might argue to moving them down because I have a similar problem with them that they're so human. But I mean, I guess it's kind of comes with the territory of being fighting types. It's kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Back in my day, fighting types were all humanoids. Now they're flamingos.
I prefer the flamingos.
Like you go to like someone's party and then you enter and you like glance around and you think it's just a room full of people, and then you stop and you're like, that was a Pokemon, and you look and sitting on the couch is just a Hitmonchan just watching TV next to people.
There's something interesting about getting kicked in the face by a Hitmonlee and then turning around and getting punched in the face by a Hitmonchan. Both of them would probably crack your skull open
At the same time.
In the manga, Hitmonlee's legs were like springs, and they would uncoil.
Yeah, that's always how it seemed to me.
That would explain high jump kick.
Honestly, I feel like if you put that in real life, that could look really freaky because like that'd be like biohydraulics and it'd be like really like be like a collapsing tube. Like it could be really creepy. Oscar Borgia says, "Can we talk about how some of these Pokemon entries have either sad origin to it or a depressing one or something from a horror movie?"
Well,
we've mentioned it occasionally.
We passed by Cubone in that regard because, oh my god, Cubone is so depressing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
poor motherfucker's wearing his mother's skull.
We're also, was it something like 50 entries away, just a little bit shy of that from finishing, and we're almost at 10 p.m. We gotta speed up things.
Yeah. Do we? Yeah. Okay. I'll try to just marathon through the rest.
Yeah.
Of
Well, I think like just like summarize very like to the letters. So Lickitung.
Awful stats, awful moves. It doesn't evolve into anything better, and even then, it's questionable until Gen 4. It's a D.
D, and I'm.
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah. I'm confident. I just put it F. I'm just. Like I get that it's a whole thing. It's not gloom territory, but it is just not fun.
Also, it would eat everything. Even if you wanted it, it would consume all your food.
It would at the very least lick everything, and that would just make everything uncomfortable. Yeah. Coughing.
Wheezing is one of the best physical walls in the game, and that's not even a fucking joke. Its ability to levitate makes it so that it only has the one weakness to ground. Fighting moves are not great. Coverage, utility moves are awesome. I love this thing to death. I'm making it an A.
Okay. I feel like at the very least it loses points in the domestic category.
Yeah, any poison type is gonna be like, I don't think we could work with that inside of a building.
Until we get to the Galarian Wheezing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, having that posh sister motherfucker in your house. Yes.
But yeah, no, I feel like he'll go down in that area at the very least, so he's down to B. I don't know, I'm trying to think. Otherwise, I just find him unappealing.
I have a soft spot in my heart for him, but yeah.
Team Rocket, I think, did a lot of heavy lifting for it. Wheeze.
Mhm.
Yes.
I had like a real.
I am not exaggerating about that physical defense, though. It's actually real.
Yeah, that's why I'm not arguing we should make it lower. I feel like you're right that it is such a good powerhouse on the mechanics side.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're still in the area of, like, we're in the area of Pokemon that I know something about. Rhyhorn and Rhydon.
Would be great if it didn't have a -4 weakness to water and grass and wasn't available so late in the game. Good attack, good defense, decent moves, but it's slow as fuck and can't take a hit for shit from special side. I'll put this as a C. Doesn't evolve into anything better for another 3 generations either.
And I'm not a huge fan of Rhyperior to begin with. I like the way Rhydon looks, but I just like dinosaurs.
Yeah, I might move Rhydon up because I think it's neat. But I mean, Rhyhorn I think is pretty generic.
Mm-hmm. You could ride both technically, but I think Rhyhorn Rhydon would be more comfortable to sit on top of.
Yeah, he doesn't have as many weird jutting back things going on.
Yeah.
So then next up is Chansey.
Massive HP, decent special defense, plenty of utility to work with, unlike like Wish and Protect and stall moves. So awful attack and defense that all you have to do is blow on it and it'll faint. But it is designed specifically to stall the fuck out of you and make your life a living hell when you're fighting it.
It's also worth a lot of experience points.
Worth a ton of experience if you can fight it. It's I'm putting it as a B competitively. It's definitely in the high tiers, especially since Eviolite became a thing. Because even with Eviolite, it ties with its evolve form as like just being competitively viable. Yeah, it's a big pink bitch that will that can make your day go either in 5 minutes or 5 hours. So put it at a B.
All right, I don't really have anything to add or subtract from it though. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's a big pink blob. We've had those before. I find the other ones a little more. I mean, it's better than I think Wiggly, the Wiggly line, at the very least, and it's comfortably above those. It's not as fun as like, the Clefairy line. Tangela.
As of Generation 1, it was the only pure grass type in the game, which is kind of interesting considering how many grass types there are. Good defense, good special attacks, not great move pool, doesn't evolve into anything better for another 3 generations. I'm putting it at a D.
It's a weird design. Looks like a Kirby monster with its feet, like normal feet.
It's strange choices all around for it. I don't know what they were going for exactly. Probably some Yokai inspiration.
And not even the vines are green; they're blue. It's weird. It's a weird guy.
Kangaskhan.
Very balanced stats, fantastic move pool, great abilities to work with. Its mega form is so good it was tournament banned. I will actually put this in S.
All right, that's a good starting point. It's gonna. I don't know how to rank this on the domestic angle.
I feel like I don't know. Like it's big, kinda, but I don't think it would be like destructive. You know?
it's literally apparent. My biggest dig towards is what the fuck? How do you not have an egg child form? You literally have a child in your pouch.
Its mega form is the closest it got.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
In fact, if we're pointing that out, I want to put its mega form down in A. It's still
Nice.
good, but like, fucking pick a lane. The Horsey line.
Podge of stats. Sniper is a good ability, but it doesn't really get a whole lot to work with until it evolves next generation. It's largely forgettable. I would put it as a D or F.
I at the very least like its design, so starting in D, I would probably move it up to C. To keep
At least Horsey. I'm not sure about Seadra though. Seadra feels very aggressive.
True, it'd be kind of hard to keep, I think, as a pet.
Yeah, Kingdra is really where it kind of came into its own a bit, but
Yeah, Horsey's like 1 foot. You could keep that as a pet. Like it'd be a little tricky,
Oh, absolutely,
but
yeah.
Meanwhile, Seadra is 3 feet tall. It's a flying seahorse. That's not fun.
It's a really shame that Misty didn't hold on to her Horsey, because she could have had a Kingdra by the end of Johto.
Yeah.
Goldeen and Seaking.
Tied with Dugong as some of the most forgettable Pokemon of all time. Mediocre stats, mediocre move pool.
Oh, I
weird
need to contest
abilities.
you on that. It is not forgettable. Do you know how many times in fucking Smash I pulled out a fucking Pokeball, threw it, and you just hear Goldeen, 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 and you know you just
Goldeen,
wasted
Goldeen,
like
Goldeen.
3 seconds of your time trying to get that.
Yeah,
thing.
okay, that's fair. But as far as abilities goes, Lightning Rod, again, it's another weird Pokemon that gets Lightning Rod. I don't really get it, but there's not a whole lot that makes it stand out from the others. I can't. It's an F for me.
I can't argue against that. I think it'd be an awful
Mhm.
pick.
Also, Goldeen's so ugly. Seaking's fine, but ugh.
Seaking's chill. Yeah, well, it smiles in one sprite, but not in this one. Okay. Staryu and Starmie.
Starmie is tied with Gengar as having lasted the longest in the OU tier because it is just so good with amazing special attack and speed, really good dual typing of Water Psychic, natural cure, which makes it get rid of its status condition whenever it switches out, and having a really reliable move pool with great coverage. It's an A.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah. And it's like gem flashes when it's in danger.
Yeah.
Which is weird, but cool.
And it's manageable as a pet. Like it's
Not cuddly, but
not
yeah.
cuddly. Yeah, it's cuddly is a bonus. It's not a requisite. Mr. Mime.
It's actually really good special attack and defense. Not great when it comes to HP. Its HP is actually really shallow. Coverage is decent. Getting a fairy type gave it a good boost. Soundproof makes it so that sound-based moves don't affect it at all. It's a reliable Pokemon. I'd put it as a B. I think Galar did it a little better, but
I'm gonna
yeah,
move
Mr. Mime's
it.
good.
I might put it down in D actually. Finally.
I agree. It scares me, especially its animation in X and Y, where it looks like it wants to get to you, and the only thing stopping it from doing that is this invisible wall in its way.
That he's putting up. Which, by the way, its Japanese name is Barriered because the Japanese didn't foresee Pokemon having genders outside of the Nidoran family after Gen 1.
Oh.
So America didn't. That's why they named it Mr. Mime.
Yeah, it's we're putting Ash's dad gets put in D.
That's also weird. He won the lottery in the anime.
Oh, that's right. That was fucking Mr. Mime is weird, man.
Mr. Mime is weird. That said, I've used it on teams and it has always been reliably good. So.
Oh, Chronosphere, you didn't have to make this. You're gonna upset poor Critter.
No.
I do not ask my Hypno where he goes at night. Oh God
damn it.
So more fun one. Scyther!
It's got fucking knives on its arms.
I mean, even before evolution, it's a good hit.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so obviously Scizor and Cleaver are kind of better at evolutions, but base 110 attack, 105 speed, technician boost to give anything 60 base power and under a boost. Good coverage, gets priority. It's not bad. You know what? S just for having sword arms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking cool. However,
Peak.
I kind of want to say I want to take it out of S to A because in the domestic situation, it's not. It's a very dangerous thing to have.
Mhm.
But you don't have to waste money on fuel for a lawnmower.
Oh,
True.
all right.
True.
We're pulling back. We're pulling back. Yeah, you have lawn maintenance down pat. Okay, yeah, you know what? We'll keep it there. We'll keep it there. It's a
Yeah.
legendary mon. Meanwhile, at the other end, Jinx.
This scares me, but it has really good special attack and pretty interesting dual stab. Coverage is pretty good. If you can get over the fact that she's looking at you like that. Abilities are not great. Hidden ability is really good. I'd put her with Mr. Mime, with Ed B.
Oh God, Fat Man wants to join, but like I'm sitting here and I'm like, that's going to take, like we're already running over.
I'm already trying to lightning round these.
Mhm. Sorry, Fat Man.
Over.
I would drop Jinx down.
Yeah,
honestly,
I think I would too. I mean,
it's too creepy.
it is too creepy. And for the record, I don't think it has nothing to do with the whole controversy over Jinx back during Gen 1 where everyone thought it was, blackface.
Mhm.
It's like
Yeah.
that's just cultural differences in terms of like it's based on an actual yokai. So it's like there's a whole like Japanese mythology that foreigners aren't aware of. Whatever, I don't think it's racist to have it as its dark-faced version.
Frankly, I've never really had much of an opinion on it.
Yeah, and I just think Jinx is overall creepy anyway.
Nah, neat but unnerving.
Trying to type this out, and also Electabuzz.
Pretty balanced stats, decent move pool, not the greatest electric type, but it's not bad. It gets better in later generations. I'd put it at C.
I like it in Pokemon Stadium because it has 6 fingers. So every time I draw Electabuzz, I draw it with 6 fingers.
Is it C?
Yeah.
I'm good with keeping him there.
Mhm.
And then his counterpart, Magmar.
Literally everything I said about Electabuzz.
Yeah,
There they are, match set.
I think they're both ugly Pokemon.
Same base, same stat spread, same good coverage, same evolutions that are much better later on. It's the exact same. I have nothing new to add.
Did you say
Except
that you
for-
think they're
except for-
both ugly?
Yeah.
Except for the fact that its Japanese name is Boober and Magby is Booby.
That's I like them both. I think they're really cool, but I understand keeping them where they're at because they're large.
Pinsir.
Heracross before Heracross was cool. Pure bug, but has basically Heracross stats. Good coverage, great abilities. I love this thing. I'm putting it at an A.
Hell yes. Pinsir has carried a Nuzlocke for me before, and it's great. Scary, but great.
Now we gotta talk about the domestic angle of it.
I think it's fine. It's not that big.
How big is it? It's 4 feet tall. 4'11". It's almost 5.
Yeah, 4'11".
I just feel like the horns are gonna get stuck on things, but it's not terrible.
Yeah.
Abilities are great, and its mega form is terrifying.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. Didn't mean to drag that. So yeah, I think it's fine where it is. Stay at A.
Yeah.
Tauros.
Good stats, good coverage, good abilities. It's all around a great Pokemon. Keeping it at an A.
Okay, I was gonna say I thought it was kind of a forgotten Pokemon.
Not so much. I mean, yeah, it's kind of obviously as the generations have gone by, it's kind of been outclassed, but they've consistently given it some new toys to play with, especially this generation. They gave it 3 new forms.
So,
Yeah, no, I
Mhm.
know that. Like, I know it has new
Yeah.
forms to play with.
No, I've used Tauros on a team, and it served me very well. So I vouch for Tauros.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And domestically, it's the same as keeping a regular cow. You know, as
Yeah.
long as you have the right stuff, you're good.
yeah, it's keeping a regular bull. All right, a big one: Magikarp and Gyarados.
All memes aside, and jokes aside, Gyarados is considered one of the greatest Pokemon ever made for a reason. It's reliable. It's got good stats. Its coverage has gotten better as the years have gone on. Intimidate and Moxie are great abilities. Its Mega Form is kind of badass. And yeah, it's just as powerful now as it was when it first debuted. I love it. Keep it an A.
I think that's fair.
Mhm.
I'm almost tempted to put Gyarados itself up in S, but
I was tempted, but
something doesn't feel right about that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's almost too basic, bitch.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of its Mega Evolution. I feel like it gets kind of shrimpy.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement there. I actually think that like it bulking up so much close to the head feels weird.
Okay.
Lapras.
Lot of HP. I actually call it the Chansey of the Sea because it's got great HP, but its other stats are also very balanced. Not much in the way of coverage, but its abilities are great and it can take a lot of hits. I love this thing, but I am going to put it in a B. It's not used very often in competitive, and what you do get of it is pretty. What you see is what you get.
It's a great for transport, but
Mhm.
it's also 8 feet tall, which I think is
Yes.
mostly neck, but like you never know how they measure these things. So it could be 8 feet fucking long for all we care. So it's great for transport. That's literally its like main claim to fame. As a pet, though, I feel like you need a pool for this one, and I don't know if I'd be willing to shell out quite like I am with Dugong.
I feel
Mhm.
like you need a lake for this thing.
Yeah. I think it would border on abusive trying to keep this and anything smaller than a lake.
Yeah. It's adorable. It's really cute. It's giving us the bedroom eyes, which makes me uncomfortable. But I mean,
Mhm. It's giving you that boobs and butt pose where it turns around
It
and then
literally is.
twists its body.
It's doing like the anime girl poster, or the female action hero poster from the mid 2000s. So I think overall it stays in B very comfortably.
Yeah.
Ditto.
Ditto has two gimmicks. It can transform to any Pokemon, and any Pokemon can fuck it. Otherwise, it's complete garbage. Put it in F.
Yep. It's
Fun lore, but that's it.
yeah. I think it's cute. I would put in D maybe, like move it up a bit. I don't think it's awful.
Domestically, it could be as good as any of those other Pokemon.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, but it's incredibly situational. It's one of those. It's a gimmick Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
All it does is transform, and literally every stat is at 48.
Yeah. It's fine.
So it's as good or as bad as any other Pokemon you throw out there.
Mm-hmm.
We also can't ignore that it's another one of those Rule 64 Pokemon. All right. I'm not even arguing with S tier for Eevee.
S tier Eevee,
Yes.
I totally agree with that.
100%.
Now for the rest of its evolutions.
All right. Well, thank God I only have to do 3 of them right now.
Yeah.
Vaporeon, massive HP, decent utility, can stall for days. I loved using it back in the Red and Blue days. It's a good Pokemon. Jolteon, fast as fuck. Not great in terms of coverage moves, but it's a one-trick pony that does its job very well. And then Flareon is the biggest disappointment since my brother.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So where are we putting these?
Yo, you went.
Okay. I wanted to make a self-deprecating joke, but I decided not to. Flareon has so much potential; it's just never utilized.
Mm-hmm.
It has great attack with no moves to take advantage of it. Its other good stat is special defense, which is really fucking weird. Its best move it doesn't get mostly until like the late level 70s.
Design-wise, it's too similar to Eevee. Like, it's not creative enough with what it's doing, you know?
It is. I don't know what Flareon did to the Game Freak developers for them to hate it so much. But they hate it so much, and it shows. They've given it some scraps here and there. They gave it Guts as a hidden ability. Flare Blitz was finally given to it in Gen 6, but it's still a constant last place among the evolutions.
New Dedorex art of Gengar putting me to sleep. I think is adorable. Okay, so where are we ranking these?
Eevee's S, very
Eevee's
clearly.
S, easy.
Vaporeon and Jolteon I both put in A. And
Yep.
then Flareon's right there at the bottom.
Yeah.
Maybe not Love Disc, but
I will contest that. I think Flareon gets major points in the domestic. I think all the evolutions benefit from the domestic. I think it's at least C because like it's fluffy and warm. The only concern is that it can reach temperatures of apparently 1600 degrees or breathe out fire of 3000 degrees Fahrenheit. Like
Yeah.
But like that's also Arcanine, so I mean it's like
That's the danger of doing any. Like, it's just like how every poison Pokemon is going to have the toxic element. Every fire Pokemon is going to have that danger
of course,
element.
Vaporeon S because of the I'm kidding, because of the poison. Kidding. Jolteon, I feel like actually might lose points because I feel like that's going to be a very uncomfortable fur.
Yeah.
I imagine it's similar to like a pit bull, you know, like they have the fur, but it's just kind of scratchy and coarse.
Yeah, and I mean it's just a personal taste. I'm not a big fan of that kind of fur. It's like that's just I like my softer furs. But yeah, I think that's good. Porygon.
Everything good I can say about it. It comes in its evolutions, which is not get till way later. By itself, it is complete garbage, and I would put it in the Fs.
Oh, poor boy.
I'm cute design.
Cute design.
Also, it caused seizures in Japan.
No, it was Pikachu.
No, it was Pikachu.
Yeah, I am giving it a pity D for the poor treatment it got because of that episode.
Yes.
That's valid.
Lord Helix.
We're here with
Omastar.
Omastar.
So, aside from being the king of memes, Omastar kind of actually functions the same way that Cloyster does. Shell Smash, setup, kick ass. Got great defense, great special defense. Water Rock is an interesting coverage. It's good. I'd put it at a B.
Yep, sounds about right. I'm going to. Which one became Lord Helix? Was it
Omastar?
Omastar?
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll move him up to A for the memes.
Hell yeah. Also, domestically, they're just little dudes.
Oh yeah, they're just little dudes. Just
Little
chill
dudes?
out. I kind of feel like if you had like an Almanite crawling like up your leg, like I feel like it would like tickle. I kind of get the sense like it'd be just really cute. I don't know. It's like, I'm trying to think. There's like something that can do that. It's not like
Who
a cat.
doesn't want to?
It's not like
Who doesn't want to pocket Cthulhu? You know?
Yeah. Kabuto and Kabutops.
Kabutops, I feel, is better offensively. Set up rain, and this thing will sweep for days. Again, Water Rock, interesting combination. I feel like its moveset gets a little bit better. I'd actually put it as an A.
Solid. I was gonna try and pump him because like I really like. Oh, I have to actually do probably deck Kabutops like I did Scyther. Like Scyther,
The knife arms.
The knife arms. I couldn't do it to Scyther. I can do it to Kabutops. Even though I love Kabutops, I think he's fucking cool.
Yes.
So yeah, but Kabuto is adorable. He's a chill little guy.
Yeah.
Aerodactyl.
Wicked fast, good moves, good attack stat. Abilities are interesting. Its mega evolution is spiky as shit. And I think it is worthy of an A.
That's a B, not A, Raymond.
Great for riding around on. Flying on your own dinosaur. Hell yes.
Great travel companion, definitely. It still sucks they didn't have a paradox version of it.
I mean, maybe eventually.
Aerodactyl also wasn't. I don't think is in Paldea. I
That
don't
would be
think
a
they
perfect
contr-
excuse to kind of like
Oh, no,
reuse the
no,
design
no,
though.
Isaac, no, my headphones. No, Isaac, I'm holding Isaac. Hey.
Mhm.
Okay.
I feel like keeping him in the house would be a little weird. Like that's the
Oh, yeah,
only
no, absolutely.
concern, especially Mega.
think
But
he-
like Mega is, you know,
Mhm.
I'm good keeping him as A.
Yeah. I would bump down the Mega because the right ability really dives with all the sharpness.
With all the
Well,
sharps,
but the
yeah.
Mega is only for combat.
True, 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 true.
Like I feel like you're not going to be using it for travel. Snorlax.
This fat fuck has good attack, good defense. It is the very definition of a tanky Pokemon. It has prevailed this long for a reason. It is very good, and I love it, and I believe it belongs in the S tier.
I would agree, but I think domestically we run into problems with like how you get it in the house.
That one episode
well-
where his Pokeball broke and they had to like drag him with logs across hills. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
it would bankrupt you just trying to feed it.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that might knock it down a second tier. I want to say like because like you have the sleeping creature you need to get in places to concern about without a Pokeball if it's ever a concern, and then you have the food concerns. I feel like that's a double whammy, down to B.
Yeah.
He's amazing. Otherwise, amazing.
Yes. Sweetie.
I still want that borderline bed pillow that they have for him.
Mm-hmm.
We are finally on the last layer where we're now hitting legendaries and pseudo legendaries.
We're at the legendaries, yeah.
Articuno.
Pretty consistent, pretty balanced moveset. Gets absolutely fucked by Stealth Rocks, and Ice Flying is not a very good typing. I think its Galarian form is better. I would put it in honestly, I'd probably put it in D.
Well, yeah, I we'll do all three of them, and then we'll come back to
Okay.
ranking them.
In that case, Zapdos is probably the best of the three, because its typing doesn't get it fucked by Stealth Rocks. Really good. It's actually a very good defensive Pokemon with offensive capabilities. Its moveset is pretty basic, but it works and it's good for stalling, and I think it is an A. And then Moltres, basically everything I said about Articuno applies.
Oof.
Stealth Rocks really came along and did these two dirty. But the Galarian forms are awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. I like their Galarian forms better for all three of them.
I'd have to agree. Yeah.
I disagree on Zapdos. I think Zapdos is just like classic to me. Its running form is cool. Not saying it's bad. Just I prefer the original. Galarian Moltres though is way more interesting, and so is Galarian Articuno. I think there's more. There is actually more going on with Galarian Zapdos too, but like I no, just something just sticks out to me about when I look at Zapdos. When I look at Zapdos, I just think that thing is the incarnation of lightning. It's like that is just correct. Also as pets, I think they all kind of. Well, I think Articuno actually goes up. I don't think Articuno has problems as a pet.
Articuno is made of ice, though.
Yeah. I think it's not as dangerous as riding on a Moltres, but
those heating bills are going to be insane. trying to counter that.
I don't know if it's made out of ice. It just it uses ice. I don't because it looks like it has like tufts. It has like down.
You would also be the coolest person when you rolled up to the party with Legendary.
Meanwhile, I feel like Zapdos is super spiky and Moltres is just on fucking fire. So I feel like Moltres goes down. I feel like Zapdos goes down. But Articuno, I think, kind of goes up because domestically it's more tenable.
Okay.
Agreed.
Oscar Borgia, favorite legendary Gen 1 Pokemon and why?
I mean, there's 4 of them, and only one of them is amazing. So
I was gonna say, like, well, I go for Zapdos. I just like Zapdos the most, but that's me.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I gotta go basic bitch and go Mewtwo.
I mean, Mewtwo's just it's a good choice. Also, you're forgetting Mew. Isn't Mew also technically Gen 1?
Mew is technically a mythical Pokemon, not a legendary.
Oh, I hate that bullshit.
The thumbs technically aren't fingers.
You're correct, but it's bullshit.
I also agree with Mewtwo. The movie did everything.
Oh yeah.
Also, we've been replaced by Ditto. Thank you, Dittorix.
Nice.
Great to have that horrifying thought in my head. So yes, the Dratini Dragonite line.
Oh god, there's really not much I can say about it. It's consistently good stats all the way across the board. It learns fantastic moves. It could be physical, it can be special. Its abilities are awesome, and it works. If you can evolve it all the way, you've got one of the best pseudo legendaries of all time.
I think that's actually a really good place. It gets docked points for the sudden shift in art style. That's definitely a thing that we're going to have to measure on.
I always thought it was really cool. But also, I really love dragons.
Oh yeah.
And it's the only dragon in this game, so
I just wish we got like more hints of it becoming Dragon Knight in Dragonair.
yeah.
Maybe like a splash of orange somewhere there.
Yeah. Oh my god, Dratini is 5'11". Holy fuck.
Jesus Christ, that's three
Damn.
teeth on him.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be short, but no, because I knew that Dragonair was long, but I didn't know Dratini was fucking giant too.
Taller than me.
I think we might just naturally have to dock. I think we have to dock points on all of them. Well, actually, no. I actually think all of them because they're just so fucking massive. Domestically, does the cuteness make up for them?
I feel like Dragonair is unrulingly too long.
Yeah, but it's also so graceful and pretty.
Mm-hmm. With its wings and its horn. Just keep it where it is. Just keep it where it is.
We'll keep them. It's a hard call. And then finally, Mewtwo and its... Oh, sorry, actually not finally, because Mewtwo and its two Mega Evolutions.
So Mewtwo is one of the most powerful Pokemon ever created. 154 special attack with 130 speed means it's going to be outspeeding and killing just about everything that crosses its path. Its abilities are like pressure on nerve, or mostly just for, stalling Pokemon out, but which it really doesn't need to do. Its Mega Forms are weird. Mega Mewtwo X is part fighting, which is okay. But Mega Mewtwo Y, it looks like it belongs in Power Rangers. I'm not sure why, but
Positive.
but
I
overall,
actually really like Mega Mewtwo Y. I think Mega Mewtwo.
I like it. It's just a weird design.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
No, you know what it reminds me of? What it reminded me of when I first saw it? It reminds me of Boo from DBZ.
Yes,
because it goes
Yes.
from Boo
that's what I'm thinking
to
of.
like
Okay.
to Ultimate Boo to Kid Boo.
Yes.
It makes me think of the GameCube with its carry handle.
Oh God, it's what is that? There's Gundam Schwarzette from Wish for Mercury has that big circular like array. But yeah, Mewtwo, where are we putting that?
Oh,
S, I think.
S, yeah, I guess S, yeah, sure.
What
At
about
least regular Mewtwo into S.
what about its megas then?
Mega,
I'd say A for both of them.
Yeah, at least
Also,
at least X.
Counterpoint:
X.
keeping Mewtwo as a pet feels weird.
I think it transcends being a pet at that point, and it becomes
It's a housemate.
being. It's a person.
It becomes a roommate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that kind of changes the equation. I don't know how to do the math on that. So what was its Mega Evolutions? I think they lose out on iconicism.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Say I'm gonna dip them down to A, even though I
Because
really love Y.
Mewtwo's already so goddamn strong, it doesn't really need the megas.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the fact that it's like the only legendary that gets a mega forms, let alone 2 mega forms.
So I need to ask: is it that there's 2 Mewtwo's out there, or is it just the one? And like he somehow escaped Ash to get to Kalos.
Well, that raises interesting questions about legendaries in general, and I feel like that's gonna be a much larger conversation than what we have time for.
Based on the anime, Mewtwo has shown up, but one had a male voice and one had a female voice. So we could surmise that perhaps another one showed up somehow. Mewtwo found a Ditto, and
Oh no!
things happened.
Is Mewtwo paying rent? No, then into the pet bed. So then,
and then Mew.
finally is Mew.
It base 100 stats all the way across the board, can learn every move in existence. You can literally turn it into whatever you want it to be. So I put it in S.
Yeah, I think.
Iconic.
Yeah, it's like
Magical.
that film did a lot of heavy lifting for those two, but I think it's well earned.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well there we go. That's the chart.
We did it.
Yay.
And it only took, what, like 700 hours?
For at least 4 hours, yeah. Damn.
All right. Well, okay. Well, now the next thing on our list, I'm first going to put this here so we just have it. Is that the full list? Yes, it is. Excellent. So we now have a reference point. I will pin this. So we have a future reference point for this.
Hooray.
Now we go to showing off the fan art. So I'm going to... I know it looks a little jank right now. Give me a moment, please. Turn that off. That's the wrong thing. We need to turn this on. Hey, it's recording the wrong thing. Properties. Do this one. Nope. This one. There we go. All right. Let us show off some wonderful fan art.
Mm-hmm.
Someone pinged. Did someone super chat? Did I miss a super chat, or was that something coming through? Okay.
No.
Excellent. Okay, good. So first up is me getting evicted for having a muck in the apartment. Stench, the sludge, and the toxin cleanup are coming out of your deposit. I believe this is Chronospheres. Then Dedorex depicted what happens to a poor Butterfree when faced with the terror of a pebble.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Butterfree.
Poor Butterfree. It's like in Red versus Blue. Poor Florida.
Butterfree's the Pokemon that you get that you realize not all Pokemon are good all the way through the game.
You realize that not all Pokemon are created equal.
Despite what Mewtwo says.
I mean, I will say that Bug did get a bit of a buff in later gen that made it. Isaac, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? You just making noises? Okay.
We have Pidgey doing the pocket sand. Which is great.
That's the only thing Pidgey's
Classic.
good for.
That's also Dedorex. Then from Chronosphere, we have Captain Critter on top of her Blastoise.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
I can't swim, so that would be the way to
Oh,
travel.
you can't swim?
No.
Oh, I love swimming. So
I'm a good swimmer, yeah.
I sink. I'm too dense. I'm a thick girl.
the thick rat.
yeah.
Me and Critter getting a lovely hug from Arbok, who loves us very much. Very cute. Thank you, Dedorex. Similar note, me taking a nap with my Ninetales. Very, very fun. I love it. I would just so soft, so cuddly. Dedorex, who I think wanted to do this the whole time, but needed justification because he was the one that said Zubatman to begin with. Zubatman. Which, I mean, it looks great. I love the lighter colors on him. Chronosphere drawing what happens, how Meowth gets its millions by draining my bank account. You see, actually, that's the lie. Meowth is actually stealing someone else. That's just my bank account normally.
Meowth is like, I'm gonna steal his money. Wait, where is all of it?
Why is this room empty? Also from Chronosphere, not Chrono Cross. I do not ask what my Hypno does, where he goes at night. Just a little fridge horror for you guys.
It's like, you know that show, like, it's called something like, I Didn't Know I Was Married to a Serial Killer. That's the story of having a Hypno.
Dedarex showing an average night with me and my Gengar. Hit me. And finally, Dedarex showing off us being...
No, Isaac, no, put it.
Showing what's going to happen to Isaac soon when Tom's wife gets home and she realizes her son is missing.
Then I turn around and he's picking up one of my coffee mugs.
Oh dear.
It's like, no.
I was just implying that you would, if something happened to him, you just replace him with a Ditto.
No.
Which I love this. It's great. And yeah, and then of course this is our final list in the tier maker. So yeah,
All that only Gloom made it to the very, very bottom.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
there are several more that will make it there eventually.
Oh, yeah. Including the one it's named after, I imagine.
Yes, I do not see many redeeming qualities in it. But yeah,
Fuck no.
thank you all so much for joining us. I had a great time with this. I hope you guys did too.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love talking Pokemon.
I don't know when we'll do this again, considering our co-host will be back next week. And I know I've been saying this every week. We'll get back to Bumblebee, but we'll hopefully get back to Bumblebee eventually.
Speaking of other projects, I've compiled all the notes I need for that one thing I was telling you about.
Oh yes, exciting. Let me know when
So,
you're going to do that.
Well, that's why I want to work with you. Also, I would like to try to find one more co-host to work with. So I'm not sure who we're gonna do that with yet, but we have options.
Okay. Maybe we can talk about it after the stream. We'll see.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
And Critter, you have something to show as well, don't you?
I do. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna drop the trailer for my Ever After High project that I've been working on for 7 months now. It's happening. It's happening. I'm excited.
So everyone tune into Critter's channel to check that out.
Mhm.
As always, I have 4 of my short stories released now. I have of 8. The 5th one is coming out this week, so stay tuned for that and its trailer. It should already be up to pre-order, so if you look it up, it's called A Winter Retreat. It's a lovely tale about 2 sisters running away from home, and nothing bad whatsoever happens to them as a result. All right. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you've had a wonderful time. One last super chat here from our buddy Oscar Borgia. Great stream, you guys.
Yeah.
Hope you make a Gen 2 version of this soon. Hope you guys do a Pokemon Dark Origin tier list.
Okay.
We'll look into
I'll
all
be right
of that.
back. Bye, everybody.
But he's not going to say goodbye? All right, I'll say goodbye on behalf of Tom. Have a good night, everyone, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Bye-bye.